Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, February 19th, 2026 Agenda Meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. I'm Katie Sieben, the Chair of the Commission. I'll take the role of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
A quorum is present, and today we have 5 items. I don't know yet what time we'll take a break, but we'll see how things are going and possibly we'll take a short break sometime in the morning and then a lunch break if needed. But we'll begin with the first item, docket 24-198. Mr. Manning, please introduce the item when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 1 on the agenda is docket number E015/PA24198 in the matter of the petition of Minnesota Power for acquisition of ALLETE by Canada Pension Plan Investment Board and Global Infrastructure Partners. On today's docket is a petition for reconsideration of the Commission's order of December 10, 2025. This docket was last before the Commission on September 25th and October 3rd of last year. The issues before the Commission today should the Commission reconsider the decision to approve the acquisition for the limited purpose of reopening the record to gather information on Minnesota Power's plans for possible data centers in its service territory. Staff and parties are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Commissioners, I don't think we necessarily need opening comments, but if you have questions, does anyone have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I have some comment.
Please.
Thank you.
Question for Ms. Katie, but if you want to go to comments too first, that's fine.
Let's start with your question, Commissioner Tuma, is for Minnesota Power.
Minnesota Power.
And who else?
She's coming.
Okay. Good morning. Please state your appearance for the record.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Jennifer Katie on behalf of Minnesota Power.
Good morning, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. Elizabeth Brahma with the Taft Law Firm on behalf of Minnesota Power.
Commissioner Tuma.
I'm not so worried about this particular docket question in front of us, but I just want to get some sense of what's going on. As you know, we're ex parte. We can't just call you up and say, what's going on up there, Miss Katie? So I wish I could, because I probably would have, but I need you to explain to me a little bit. I'm a little nervous because, as you know, I kind of dive into the siting and routing, and there's a very, very important connection that will come through Duluth and free up a lot of power that we have in Minnesota tied up in different constraints. And so it's not the most important constraint release, but through that Arrowhead substation, it's a big one. And we had conversations about removing the, I think it was 800 kilowatt hour caps and getting some new structures flowing through that area. And all of a sudden now I'm hearing people talking about data centers as it relates to that. And it's extremely frustrating. I'm sure Commissioner Sullivan would agree to me after working so hard to get them MTEP projects done for the reliability of our whole region, for everybody who lives in Hermantown, to everybody who lives in Hayward, where they're going to have the Berkey binder a day late because of all the snow that you got up there. All of that's going on for our region. It's extremely important for our region, for the Twin Cities and for people in the Iron Range. So help me out. What the heck's going on there? And are you going to be able to, I think, have communications with that community in a way that we can focus their energy on the tariff that they should be talking about as opposed to these power lines. I'm getting a little nervous. So help me out. What's your plan going forward? I keep kind of seeing this and that coming through. Tell me what your plan is to deal with the data center tariff so that we can focus the people in Hermantown on what they need to focus on as opposed to conspiracy theories around power lines.
Ms. Katie.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, thank you for the question. No doubt there is a lot going on in our region that can be confusing to folks. So I'll just lay out a couple of the things happening in the area. We are finishing construction on the Duluth Loop transmission project that was approved by the commission. This is a reliability project around the North Shore to kind of buffer reliability as we closed Taconite Harbor. So construction is going on in the area for that. We also are moving forward on the HVDC modernization project that upgrades and expands existing infrastructure, and that terminal is in the Hermantown community. And then separately, we have the Iron Range to St. Louis County Arrowhead, or ISA, transmission line that runs from Hermantown to Grand Rapids. This was part of MISO long-range transmission planning. It was approved in 2024. It's a regional reliability project and has been planned for a very long time. None of those transmission projects are related to data centers. They are regional reliability projects, but we do know that there are potential new customers that are looking to come to northern Minnesota. We plan for that through our AFR proceeding. We're planning for it in the IRP proceeding. We don't have any specific customer agreements. If we do, they will come before this commission and be evaluated in their own proceeding. And we just filed, I think yesterday, the tariff filing for how to kind of accommodate new data centers in what customer class, and so that's the appropriate proceeding. But definitely recognize there's a lot going on, and there's a lot going on specifically in northern Minnesota that can get confusing.
Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, just to interject, yesterday, I believe, and staff is telling me, MP filed the docket, which is 26-126, which is now your petition for approval of modifications to the large power tariff. And that is essentially like at the direction of the Minnesota legislature to define what would constitute a large user in Minnesota Power's service territory. And we don't know yet when that docket will come up. But if the public is interested in engaging in the docket and helping us to determine what that definition of a large user should be, then it's docket 26-126 that the public is welcome and the parties obviously are welcome to weigh in on, if that helps, Commissioner Tuma.
It does, and I think that leads me to what I would hope that you have a thoughtful approach at how to have public engagement around data centers, okay? We always have tough work to do when we're doing siting and routing because we're putting big, ugly structures in people's yards, and backyards or fields, and so that's difficult enough, okay? And so I'm just concerned that we make sure that we have a thoughtful plan on community engagement, and so that we don't get in a bad spot. We want to hear what the public has. I know you want to hear what the public has and the concerns that they may have with regards to these tariffs, because we want them to work for all of our customers. Actually, I use you as an example when I'm up at SPP, as we know how to deal with these large loads when we're talking about chills and hills and all these goofy things that they come up with acronyms at SPP, and say, we have done it. MP has done it. Minnesota has done it because we are thoughtful in our approach. And I think that's important to say, is that you're not going to just approve a data center until you bring something to us, either in a tariff change or an agreement with a Pacific company. And by the way, if they think they're going to get me to sign an NDA, they have another thing coming, okay? Because that is not going to happen. I'll never sign my hand onto that. I'm a public utilities commissioner. Yeah, we're still up there.
And Commissioner Tuma, my understanding is that if, like other electric service agreements, if there is an ESA that is coming forward for a data center in Minnesota Power service territory, that will be a separate docket, different from this definition of what would constitute a large user. And that docket too, I don't believe that any ESA on Minnesota Power's behalf has been filed with the commission. Is that correct, Ms. Katie, at this time?
Chair Stephen, yes, that is correct. And I would also state that as part of the acquisition order, we agreed to, and the commission is requiring us to file SEC-type disclosures with the commission. So any kind of material event, material contract, if we sign it, we will have to notify the commission even before, we would have to submit the full ESA to the commission's jurisdiction and review. So certainly if Minnesota Power were to sign an electric service agreement with a data center or anyone else, the commission will be notified through several different mechanisms that a material event has occurred, and then the ESA would come before the commission for review.
And I think I appreciate that. I have confidence that you're going to, and that my whole point was to make sure you have an effective outreach plan to deal with this. And so I get how people are nervous about this. We have one coming in down around Farmington, so I drive by the no data center signs all the time, okay? And I understand this is a change, and we want to do it in a way that people can feel engaged. So it's kind of weird coming to this place, and they can feel unwelcome because you're walking into the third floor of a Ramsey County building, and it's what am I gotten myself into? So we want to really make sure that we're engaging the community up in the community in a smart way. And so we're looking to you, because it's your responsibility as a public utility to figure that out. So that's kind of I guess I don't want to scold. I'm not scolding. I'm encouraging, because I'm confident that you have that same attitude and same commitment to Duluth that your team does, and that you want to make sure the community in Duluth is engaged and Hermantown is engaged in that conversation. And I wanted to make sure it was clear we want to help out as much as possible. So we're looking to you to lead that engagement effort, and we're willing to help out in that.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So I think, thank you, Commissioner Tuma. You covered some of my statement there. So Minnesota Power, under the Minnesota law, is a investor-owned public utilities. Before transaction, after transaction, there is no change in its status. Also, it is rate-regulated utility before transaction and after transaction. So there is no change in there. Under that law, Minnesota Power has an exclusive right to serve customer within the service area. Also, it has an obligation to serve a customer. It has no choice, but it has to serve customer if somebody shows up. So Minnesota Power proactive communication with potential customer is, in my view, is a good thing, not a bad thing, because we have to know whether Minnesota Power can serve that customer reliably. And then also we have a very clear intention to make sure that Minnesota Power is not shifting its costs to other customer to serve certain customer. Being said, because this transaction, we are losing one thing, there is a Federal Securities Exchange Commission oversight on this company. Because prior to this transaction, stock of Minnesota Power parents were traded in the stock market. So there is an extra federal government oversight. To compensate that, we put the condition in our order, and the company agreed to follow that. So I think we are covering that part of it. Also, I think there is some exchange about that, but Minnesota legislature passed the statute 216B.1622. Minnesota investment utility or rate-regulated utility has an obligation to create the tariff and get the approval by commission by end of this year, December 15th. So I think that's what you filed yesterday. And also, if there is any concern with affiliate interest, we have a statute, 216B.48. We have a separate venue to make sure that you are not giving any preferential treatment to your affiliate interest. We are very mindful about affordability. So I think if you are carefully reading our order and then some public information, Commission's condition, including the self-agreed settlement, we have up to like a $200 million benefit to the ratepayers. That is a huge for the affordability. And plus, I think there is a very specific section for the low-income group. So affordability for the everybody is one thing, but also very targeted for the low-income affordability under that condition. So I think that we are very mindful about that affordability issue. And a lot of concern is raised in national media about electricity affordability. I think we have to carefully read that newspaper article or news media broadcasting news, because a lot of that news is related to the different regulatory structure. The states in the east, New England side, and then Pennsylvania, Ohio, and beyond, they have a different regulatory structure. It's called restructured or retail choice. Company doesn't own generations. Company doesn't own generation means if somebody is building generation, they have to buy for the customer. But our utility, they are building generation, transmission, distribution, and they get only profit from that infrastructure. That is cost of service. That reasonable return is a part of the cost of service. Beyond that, Minnesota utility doesn't get any money. For example, if Minnesota Power makes wholesale revenue from MISO market selling energy, that 100% of that revenue goes to the ratepayers, which is very different from those PJM market, New England ISO market, and New York ISO. A lot of this concern is raised because of that profit goes to the generation owner in those markets, not to the ratepayers. So I think we have to carefully read those news articles and making sure that we are not applying same concept. Yes, I have read a lot about data center potentially causing this cost increase. So we are monitoring every bit of issue. I don't know, Minnesota Power, remember, but a few weeks ago, we had a very simple docket. Typically, we go through the consent agenda. I pulled it, and I asked Minnesota Power, what is the implication of this docket to the potential data center? Minnesota Power gave us assurance this has nothing to do with it, and then we approved that. So we are monitoring every step of Minnesota Power's action and all our Minnesota rate regular utility potential impact to the ratepayers if somehow knowingly or unknowingly they are doing certain docket work that has potential cost shift from data center people to rest of the customers. So we are also carefully monitoring our utility interconnection request to the wholesale market. So Minnesota utility cannot just connect those data centers without two approval, state approval, but also they need approval from the federal entity, which is RTO, Regional Transmission Organization. They have their own process. So we are monitoring every step of those. If you are interested in that, there is also open docket 25-99 biannual transmission report docket. Commission staff are carefully monitoring, asking utility to provide all those information to making sure that we are not skipping any small part of the information that has a potential impact to our ratepayers. So that's why I understand the concern raised in this reconsideration docket, but I think we can deal with it in different dockets. So hopefully parties here understand that if I make a motion later, but also I want to thank one more time. At the last time, I thank all the parties, including opposition parties. Your work made our regulation very effective because your work, we were able to impose a lot of conditions to make sure that Minnesota customer is not potentially harmed from this transaction.
Is there any other discussion on the petition for reconsideration by CURE or questions from commissioners? If not, Commissioner Hom, will you make a motion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Steven. I'll make a motion to move decision option 3, deny the reconsideration.
Is there any discussion of Commissioner Hom's motion to deny CURE's petition for reconsideration of the December 10th, 2025 order? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Ms. Winter. When you're ready, will you please introduce item number 2?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket number G022/M-25-405 in the matter of Greater Minnesota Gas's petition for a reduction to its conservation cost recovery adjustment factor. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve GMG's proposed conservation rider rate change? Staff has no further comments, but is available for questions. Thank you.
If GMG and the department could please come forward for appearances, we'll begin with questions. Mr. Fryer, I see you online. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Stephen. Anthony Fryer with the Minnesota Department of Commerce.
And Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. Christine Anderson for Greater Minnesota Gas.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, JD, why don't you go ahead and get up to just a couple minor adjustments to the decision options. I'm not bothered by this at all. I appreciate you trying to get the money out to the ratepayers as soon as possible. There's a couple things. One is, I'll start with the notice.
Wait, Commissioner Tuma, did you file this or you're
No,
just,
this
okay,
is-
just so we know what we're looking at.
not
This is
filed.
new stuff.
Yep, new stuff. Obviously, I'm assuming you sent out your original notice to the ratepayers when you made the adjustment. Is that correct?
Ms. Anderson?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, yes, that's correct. It was a prospective notice, and so we did include that bill message. I see the edits that you've made here to the CAO's proposed changes, and I would have suggested the same thing. So I have no concerns about that.
But just to be clear, Ms. Anderson, you already sent out the language that was in number 2 without getting the approval from CAO first.
We did,
Yeah.
Chair Stephen, when we had made that proposal, that was prior to the commission's order about seeking prior approval. And when we had discussed that petition tangentially in the eco docket, we'd indicated that that was our plan. So when we made the adjustment in January, we used the proposed bill message that we had proposed, which at that point the department had weighed in on and said was okay, and it was modeled on previously approved bill messages for CCRA changes. When I saw the briefing papers and the CAO's recommendation, what our proposal was going to be was to make edits very similar to what Commissioner Tuma has now approved for his modification and include that bill message indicating now it has been approved and if there would be any true-up
It
necessary.
hasn't been approved yet, Ms. Anderson. That's what we're doing today. And it's a best practice to check with our CAO if you're going to send out bill language before. So I appreciate that Commissioner Tuma has worked with CAO, I assume, on this revised language. And why don't you walk us through it, Commissioner Tuma?
Yeah, and that is true. That was my encouragement too. I appreciate that, Madam Chair, is that you can call CAO. They're really nice folks. I know they need to be tough when they're working for customers, and we appreciate that. But and Tom is usually pretty willing to work with people to draft up languages. So your staff should feel free to call in advance to do this in the future, but that's okay. The changes, I'll just say that the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission has approved GMG's request, and then we just delete the thing about if the commission approves it. And so we just want to make sure that who reads their notices anyways, but that's neither here nor there. We want to make sure we're accurate, and so, and I understand Ms. Anderson, you don't mind the changes here for your bill filings.
No, not at all. And apologies because it was modeled on the same notice that had been previously approved in other dockets, we sort of took that as doing something that was okay because it had been previously approved. It literally was just making it prospective and adding the true up language. And then, as I said, when we saw the briefing papers, our plan was based on whatever happened today, we would do another bill message that then confirms what's happened.
Mr. Fryer, I assume you have no problem with the language change, but I just want to double check with you.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, no concerns from the department?
One of the things that was mentioned by our staff in the briefing papers was the prior years were not necessarily approved for 24 and 25. It was just kind of left kind of blank in the discussions about prior activity, and so I don't know how accurate that is. I don't know what you've seen in there, but I obviously want to make sure that GMG is providing you with updated trackers annually and that you're able to look at the accounting. And so I put a decision option together just to require them to submit the tracking in their filing coming up in May for the prior years so that you have continuous accounting for those things. I don't know if that's necessary, Mr. Fryer. I just read the comments in our staff briefing paper that there was kind of a hole of approval that needed to be addressed, that we want to make sure it's clear that you have a chance to review and that we approve. And so I don't know if new number five is necessary, Mr. Fryer. You tell me if it is, and we can deal with it from there.
Mr. Fryer.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I think the department would probably take some comfort in new Tuma 5 as a decision option. I think our hope is that in the May 1st filing, GMG will be sort of back in line with the other gas IOUs, and we can sort of proceed from there on a regular schedule.
Ms. Anderson, any concerns with that?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, no, not at all. In fact, that was discussed during the November meeting on the ECO, and it's basically reflective of a similar decision option then. And historically, GMG had not requested CCRA changes and didn't always include a tracker when it wasn't. But as we discussed in the November ECO meeting, the preference to put the tracker in every year regardless of whether we're requesting it, and then if we are going to request a CCRA change, to request it in conjunction with the May 1st filing was expressed, and we agreed to it in that docket. So I have no problem with this language either. It's the same requirement.
That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I have a couple things. The first is just a minor item on decision option number 3 is modified. I think one thing I noticed is, the shorter these bill messages are, the more likely they're actually clear and the less confusion. And there's a line that says the CCRA is used to fund the state-mandated energy conservation and optimization program per state law. I don't know how many times you can try to distance yourself from the program that you are running, but I think we can at least take out one state-mandated. And I will say that the reason that's a bit irritating to me is that you are state mandated to serve your customers, and those are the decisions you make. You run your own programs. These are your own expenses. And so I think taking some ownership in those programs is a good thing, and I think we can just take that out if that's okay with everyone.
I would find that a friendly amendment.
And then the next thing I'd say, and this has already been addressed by item number 5, is just that even if you're not making a change to your CCRA, you're continuing to collect money for your eco programs that you're running. And so I think it's really important that each year the department is getting information from you on your program expenses and your trackers so that they can review that. Mr. Fryer's staff usually does a very thorough review of those expenses and then provides information to the commission so that we can approve that. I think it's really important that we're doing that on an annual basis because that's our job. And so I do hope to see those on time every year going forward.
Ms. Anderson.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, with respect to the second issue, we already have gone in to modify the template after the order at ECO, so I anticipate that won't be, that'll be addressed in the future going forward. And then with respect to the inclusion of the state mandated language, we certainly have no issues with taking that out. That language actually was added years ago, I think in response to comments from some state entity somewhere. I don't know where it was, but that wasn't us trying to distance ourselves from anything. That's just language that we were told to include several years ago, and so we've continued to include it. But I have no problem taking out whatever the commission wants to take out.
Then I take back my frustration on you and put it on whoever that is. So, but I think per state law covers it. All right, thank you.
Ready for motion, Madam Chair, if you rear.
Commissioner Tuma.
I would move decision option 1, the modified 3 that includes Commissioner Partridge's suggestion, number 4, and then the Tuma new 5.
Is the motion clear to commissioners? Is there any discussion of the motion? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Fryer.
And JD for editing it away at the last minute.
Mr. Warbula, good morning. When you're ready, please introduce agenda item number 3.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Item number 3 is docket number EG002/D-23/356, Northern State Power Company doing business as Xcel Energy. In the matter of Xcel Energy's petition, the approval of the 2024 annual review of remaining lives and depreciation rates for electric and gas production and gas storage facilities, and for transmission, distribution, and general accounts. The questions before the Commission is, should the Commission approve Xcel Energy's petition for its 2024 annual update of remaining lives and depreciation rates for electric and gas production and gas storage facilities? Question 2, should the Commission approve Xcel Energy's petition for its petition for its 2024 annual update of remaining lives and depreciation rates for transmission?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Warbula, it's my fault. I didn't notice that is the microphone not working, Mr. Costello?
I think it seems quiet. See, did you try to like almost
Okay.
I don't know. Does he have to start over?
Start over.
I don't think you have to start over. Because, well, do we know if people online could hear? We don't know.
it was very quiet while I was asking.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Warbula. Can you start over? My apologies.
Sorry about that. Madam Chair and Commissioners, item number 3 is docket number EG002/D23/356, Northern State Power Company doing business as Xcel Energy. In the matter of Xcel Energy's petition for approval of the 2024 annual review of remaining lives and depreciation rates for electric and gas production and gas storage facilities, and for transmission, distribution, and general accounts. The questions before the Commission is 1, should the Commission approve Xcel Energy's petition for its 2024 annual update of remaining lives and depreciation rates for electric and gas production and gas storage facilities? 2, should the Commission approve Xcel Energy's petition for its 2024 annual update of remaining lives and depreciation rates for transmission, distribution, and general accounts. The parties are available and staff is available to answer questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. If the parties could please come forward, the department and Xcel. I don't think the OAG was in this one, right? No. Oh, they are. Ms. Hinderly, welcome. Mr. Dobson, please state your appearance for the commission.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy.
Ms. Hinderly.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Catherine Hinderly on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division, and with me today online is Ms. Shua Lee.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Craig Adenizio for the Department of Commerce.
Our microphones are on their last gasp here, folks, so everybody, thanks for being patient, and we might have to ask you to speak up because it's not always getting picked up online. Who would like to begin with questions? Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah. Mr. Agnizio, hopefully it wasn't too bad of a fall. I was looking at decision options 7, 8, and 9 and trying to get my brain around it, so I had tried to work through it, and I was working off of your statements from February 25, and I kind of worked back from there. But from that, you brought in Prairie Island and Monticello that I didn't see discussed earlier, so that's what kind of got me trying to figure out what is the tracking. Did they actually put in their original petition, the petition that is in front of us today, the longer lives for those two facilities? And that was essentially the petition ask. But I didn't think they put in the coal plants, the Sherco and King plants. That's my recollection, but I want to kind of working back from where you were at. So I'm trying to make sure I know what's in front of us right now. And I think that what we have is they petitioned for the nuclear plants, but didn't petition for coal. You kind of brought the coal in, and then Ms. Hinderly or the OAG said, wait a minute, we have a process for this rate case. And then you had your statement on page 6 of your February thing saying, yeah, those numbers are accounted for, but they really, all 4 of them are going to be dealt with in the rate case. So that's the kind of the way I read it, but correct me how you see where we sit today.
Mr. Adenizio.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I'm pretty confident now that none of the life changes for the nuclear plants or King or Sherco 3 were included in the company's original petition. Both the changes for the nuclear plants and the coal plants were things that the department proposed in testimony in the pending rate case. And we reached various levels of agreement on the nuclear plant extensions and disagreement on the coal plant.
Right. I don't see that being a problem. That's a problem for the rate case because that's what we said back in the prior rate case. Let's deal with this. We had a special docket, created the tier walkthrough of how to do this, and that's what the OAG pointed out. But I think as I sit today, when I read your page 6 recommendations, where it says the department notes that the recommendations listed above reflect the approval of passage of time adjustments for the remaining lives of the company's Monticello, Prairie Island, King, and Sherco plants, the commission will have an opportunity to make a final decision of the lives of those facilities. I take from that all 4 of those facilities, well, actually 5, all 4 of those facilities pending in the rate case. And so that's for the rate case. And so when I looked at decision options 7, 8, and 9, I think where you're at right now would be you would do 9 and you would add in there the 2 nuclear plants. So it would be defer any decision on the remaining lives of Monticello, Prairie Island, King, and Sherco 3 to the rate case. I think that's the motion that you were suggesting by that paragraph on page 6 of your last filing. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yes, that is what I suggested in those February 5th comments. I think that's a fine way for the commission to go today if that's how it wants to proceed. I do think, and I don't want to speak for the company, I do think we are in alignment on 7 if the commission wanted to do that.
We are what?
We are in alignment on 7 if the commission wanted to do that one today, but if the commission would prefer to review the record in the rate case before making that decision as well, that's what I suggested in my February 5th comments.
But Ms. Henderly, your comment was, we should be, the whole reason we did that tier process was, these are decisions best made in a rate case. It seems likely that these are good decisions, but we should make them in the full context of a rate case, just in case there's something that we want to do to minimize rate shock or something. We just don't know. That's why we do it in a rate case and not in these depreciation dockets. That's what I understood you trying to say to us.
Ms. Hinderly.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, yes. For the Sherco and King plants, that's our position. For the Monticello and Prairie Island plants, we didn't comment on them in this proceeding. They are also being discussed in the rate case. My understanding is that's not being disputed. However, we defer to the commission on whether it's cleaner to decide that here today or for the rate case, or to leave it for the rate case. For the early retiring dockets, we believe those have to follow the framework and the commission's direction in its early retirement order to go into the rate case where they're currently being discussed. But we don't take a position on whether you want to add Monticello and Prairie Island to decision option 9.
Yeah, and that was the struggle. I mean, obviously, with extended life is obvious because we approved the extended life, and that's going to benefit the ratepayers, in the rate case. But it's still a big decision, so maybe those are things made together.
So Commissioner Tuma, sorry, I'm just trying to follow what you're suggesting. I think I'm tracking, but so you want the decision option number 7 of Monty and Prairie Island to go into where we make that decision now? Or
No, I would rather that be made in the rate case as part of even though it's not disputed and it's probably not going to be a problem, it's just better made in the full context of the rate case, give and take and all that kind of stuff.
Because why?
Because there's oftentimes we will have rate mitigation plans where we extend the life of facilities. Originally, what Xcel did was tied these together in their prior rate case as a rate mitigation tool. And so they were tied, they were linked together, and we pulled them out of the last rate case and said, let's have a conversation about this and deal with it in the next rate case. So I think we just want to be consistent and say, let's deal with it in the next rate case, even though I'm not having any problem with number 7. I think I'll probably support it when the rate case comes to me, but it'll be made in the full context of the rate case impacts that are going on. And this has been a tool that we've used in the past, is to use useful lives to help mitigate rate concerns. Mr. Dobson, I just want to know where the company's at. That's where I was a little confused with who was listed as supporting things here, and
yeah,
I walked my way through it. I'm thinking that's where you're at, but I want to make sure we're tracking.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I agree. It was maybe a little confusing, and to the extent that wasn't clear from us, I apologize for that. Yeah, I think we agree with everything that's been said, and I think to simplify it down, between 8 and 9, we obviously would prefer 9. We think that's the better way to go. We're fine with 7, but if, as you say, you want to rope the nuclear generators into 9, we were fine with that as well. But I think the big issue for us is 8 versus 9.
Those are all the questions I have.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. For the company, once again, it's not a fair question to you, Mr. Dobson, but I have to ask you. Recently, I think a Mid-Continent Independent System Operator had a presentation on potential Xcel Energy replacing aging infrastructure for upcoming their transmission planning. Total amount, inclusive of everything, was close to $500 million. Some of those projects was on the 25-99 biennial, 2025 biennial transmission report, but some are not in that. Given that, what information in this docket, remaining life of transmission line, has a role in making decision that company is trying to replace your aging transmission line.
Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hum, I apologize. I'm not familiar with that that presentation you referred to. I simply I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I apologize.
Yeah, I have a significant concern. Yes, I agree that aging infrastructure has to be replaced, but I don't see any clear reasoning other than Xcel claim it's aging infrastructure, we need to replace it. In that process, because there is a very short time frame, so third party cannot participate in discussing in detail whether grid enhancing technology can delay those replacements, because we have a serious concern with affordability. Sometimes grid enhancing technology can be very useful tool to delay some of those. I don't think it can totally replace that aging infrastructure. However, at least we can look through the logic of company, why company wants to replace aging infrastructure that much at this time. And I was looking some of this information through this, but I don't see any clear connection. That's why I was asking.
Okay.
Same thing with the distribution line. I'm sure Xcel Energy is upgrading, replacing aging distribution line system. What is the consequence of or information in here can be used to judge whether that replacement is legitimate or not? What it is too early, too late? I have a concern with the both. You are doing too early. If you do too late, I have a concern because clearly there is a service quality impact if you replace them too late. So we may need to see some logic and information flow to regulatory side to make sure that Xcel Energy is doing optimum replacement.
Mr. Dobson.
Yeah, I don't. Sorry, I can see if somebody behind me knows the answer to this. I don't know. No, everybody's shaking their head. So I don't have this for you.
Or not making eye contact.
I guess what I can say is that obviously we would be happy to provide whatever level of detail you guys are looking for in figuring this out, whether that's in the next filing, which obviously would align with rate case, assuming you approve these decision options, or however you would like it. I don't know in the filing that is covered.
I understand this is a financial docket, so that's why I said it's not fair to you. Sure. I think potentially we have to discuss that in the biannual transmission docket or IDP docket to make sure that we are tracking it.
Sure.
And when is the biennial transmission report next due? Commissioner Hom, do you know?
It's an odd year, so it's next version is a 2027, but we have to start evaluating that today because our utilities are submitting this information to Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, and they are going through this technical review process. Our commission staff, luckily, our regional energy program staff were watching it, and he flagged it to me, so I was reviewing things. So I was a little bit shocked. I know this was going on, and this is one of the huge concern by many people, that affordability issue related to the transmission line. That's why I want to make sure that we have a clear, transparent record on this issue.
But it sounds like then that's too late to get the information. So when do you propose that Xcel files a supplemental filing for what you're asking?
Our commission staff is working on the information request unless they already send it. So they are working on the biannual transmission line docket information request.
And Mr. Dobson's company will get it via the IR then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
That's fine.
Dr. Lieb, did you want to add something on this topic? And state your name for the record, please.
Cindy Lieb for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I just wanted to offer, I think some of this falls on the department to be analyzing the right level of transmission investment, and I think the rate case is absolutely the wrong place to be doing that. Those decisions have oftentimes already been made and investments have already started. And I think the way that the department is attempting to approach the biennial transmission reports and also the GETS reports this year is going to start trying to force utilities to create more transparency on what they're replacing on the transmission system, when they're replacing it, what alternatives could be done. But I think it's going to require an iterative process because it isn't something we've done historically. It is misaligned with utility incentives to build infrastructure. And I appreciate you bringing this up, Commissioner Hom, at this time, because I think this is aligned with where the department wants to start requiring more transparency, more analysis, more review, and more approval for these types of investments. And I agree. I think the transmission reporting and the GETS reporting is the place to do that.
Are there questions on the docket? Again, it's not related directly to the depreciation expenses, but the in-service date for the Form battery is pushed out in the docket, or I mean, it mentions that in our briefing papers. And because of the commission's interest and hope for that Sherco battery facility, any updates you want to give us, Mr. Dobson, on how the construction's going, and anything else positive would be welcome.
Madam Chair, I should have gotten an update. I don't have it. Maybe. Okay. There's no changes from what we have in here.
The in-service date is now 2027, right. And do we know what quarter of 2027?
I thought it was.
I thought it. Yeah.
I thought it was 4, but I don't know.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Maybe we could get an update on
Sure.
that just via email or something, because we all are excited about that.
And just to make sure, this is the form battery.
Sherco battery.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussions? Then, is there a motion? I think Commissioner Tuma?
I think it's decision option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 9, but add in the, I apologize, I didn't have my mic on. Decision option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then number 9, but adding in the 2 nuclear plants, Monticello and Prairie Island 1 and 2.
Units 1 and 2, yeah.
Referral, and then 10 and 11. And I think that covers it, Ms. Warburg. Is that correct?
And 12.
Oh, turn the page, 12. Thank you.
Is the motion clear, Mr. Davis? Clear enough? Any questions from commissioners? Any discussion? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you. The commission will take a 10-minute break and stand in recess until 11:05 a.m. The commission will come back from its recess and take up item number 4. Good morning. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Ms. Kahlert. I jumped the gun a little bit there. Ms. Marcus, when you're ready, please bring up item number 4, or please announce item number 4.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Item number 4 involves Utility Reform Now, docket EG-99/R-26-81, in the matter of possible rulemaking to amend Minnesota Rules Chapter 7825. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission undertake rulemaking to amend Minnesota Rules Chapter 7825? Staff and parties are available for questions.
The parties are welcome to come forward. Is Ms. Overland online? Anyone know? Or I don't see her. Beginning with appearances on my right. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Eric Swanson, appearing on behalf of the Joint Utilities.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Eric Lippman, on behalf of Petitioner Utility Reform Now.
Good morning, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. Kevin Pranis on behalf of Liuna, Minnesota, and North Dakota.
Good morning again. Catherine Hinderly on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division.
And Ms. Overland, again, I don't believe is here. Mr. Lippman, if you wanted to, I understood you wanted to make some opening comments, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I of course, direct the commission members to the filings that we've made, not only the petition, initial comments, and rebuttal comments. I think they state clearly where we are on this matter. But I did want to use this opportunity to make one comment, a key comment, about something that's in the briefing papers on page 7 that Mr. Bonnet and Ms. Marcus have put in their analysis into the record. The key statement is, there is no evidence in the record that the Commission is enforcing or attempting to enforce the statements. Okay, so important to identify the definite article in there, the Commission. And so I think that statement could be read in and understood in one of two ways. The first way is that the Commission could care less whether applicants in rate-making matters follow the statements when submitting their applications. I'll put a pin into that, and I want to return to that point in a moment. The other possible reading is that others are doing the bidding of the Commission. You don't need to actually enforce in a particular rate case beyond the intentions that you state in the statements, that it is the intentions of what will be followed unless inappropriate. And indeed, I think in our rebuttal comments, I show examples of recent rate cases where the department or the Office of the Attorney General say, you didn't follow the statements. We're urging entire disallowance of costs because of your non-compliance with the statements. Okay, so if the Commission could care less, from URN's perspective, an appropriate settlement would be for the Commission to declare, hey, we don't care if you comply with the statements or not. It won't be the result, or won't be the basis for any adverse agency action or disallowance if you don't comply. If the Commission were willing to say that, I'd withdraw the petition. Okay, no need for rulemaking, because you say that the statements are not going to result, or non-compliance with the statements are not going to result in adverse agency action or a disallowance. Now, if that is not acceptable to the Commission, then I think these are rules. Whether the department is enforcing them or the Attorney General is enforcing them, clearly the message has gone out to utilities all across the state that if you don't comply with the provisions, every syllable of the provisions of the statements, you're going to be facing the nasty consequence of disallowance. So I don't think it's that the Commission after 2001, and as it happens, both Commissioner Tuma and myself voted for this particular law. With regret, Madam Chair, you were off the Senate floor when the conference committee came, but we all put this, or at least two of us that are here, put this into the statute books, which means that you can't enforce something that's either not a statute or a rule or the plain meaning of either of those. You can't have a circular, you can't have a press release, you can't have a set of mimeograph papers that are operate as if they were in fact rules. I'm sorry that this is inconvenient, but everybody, including the Commission, has to comply with the law. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would any of the parties like to respond to that or also make statements? I believe the joint utilities, the OAG and LIUNA in this case, recommended that the Commission not take up rulemaking. Mr. Littman, my role as the chair is not to engage in an argument with you, but rather I do believe, though, it's fair for me to say that I have thoroughly reviewed not only your filings here, but also what your attempt to discredit the Public Utilities Commission in your other activities that have been posted online. I think it is, there were many claims made that were inaccurate and unfair to the PUC. We exist and have existed for decades as a exemplary public agency that is here to ensure that ratepayers pay as little as possible for reliable and sustainable electric and gas service, which I think is the basis of many of your attempts to discredit the agency. You're welcome to do that. Obviously, we can't prevent that, but I wanted to just state for the record that I found your actual petition of whether we should proceed with rulemaking under these 1982 policy statements to be without merit. And you're welcome to take your, gutter politics elsewhere, but I don't think we should engage much more on your attempts to discredit the agency. But also, like, on the more substantive decision today, I support denying the petition to initiate rulemaking because, like the other parties said, I just don't think it has any merit. Do any other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I agree. I have a couple things that I would point out. One, I think on just a legal perspective on this, I don't think that your petition has merit. I am not a lawyer, but looking at this, I think you've shown no examples and no evidence that the commission, this commission or commissions previously, have enforced these statements. They are 44 years old, and in fact, I didn't really know they existed until this petition, and I'm on the commission. I think just because you can find a 44-year-old document does not mean that you have a gotcha moment, because we have not enforced it. There are moments where other utilities or other parties might have cited to these because they feel that that guidance is somewhat helpful, and that is not something that we have any control over, but you certainly didn't show any evidence that we are enforcing those or that we have stated that they have the force of law. And in fact, the statements themselves in the documents that you provided say that they do not have the force or effect of law. So from a legal perspective, that's that. Now, strictly speaking, from a policy perspective, I did not find your arguments to be clear. I'm not sure really what you're asking for. I can't tell if you don't like the 1982 policy statements or you want us to adopt the 1982 policy statements. What I did see is an assertion that our process is too litigious. I saw an assertion that there is not opportunity or sufficient opportunity for the public to engage in our process and that it's not transparent or accessible. And I have to say to you, first of all, Yes, our process is very detailed. It is time-consuming. It is complex. Utilities bring rate requests to us on a regular basis that are very large, and utilities have become far more sophisticated over the many decades that technology has advanced, and those rate requests are more and more complicated. We have a process that allows for the Department of Commerce, the Office of the Attorney General, parties, and our staff to fully review every dollar that comes to us in a rate request. And that process has resulted in the last 5 years in $1.25 billion, with a B, dollars of disallowances of rate requests. That shows real benefit to the process and to ratepayers. Number two, to your second point, our process requires that utilities provide notice of rate requests. It requires public meetings, and our process provides multiple other opportunities for the public to engage. In my short time on the commission, I have seen nothing short of robust participation from the public, including a new or semi-new opportunity we've provided with comment cards that people can send directly to the commission, and our staff spends countless hours making sure that those comments get into the record and that we see them. And so those comments are not only coming to us, but we are seeing them, we consider them, and we have robust public participation that informs our decisions. So I not only think that there's no legal ground for this, but I also think that from a policy perspective of all the many issues that we face in this area, this is not compelling. And I think that our process has shown that it is working well. So I also support denial.
Is there any other questions? Thank you, Commissioner Partridge. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Otherwise, Commissioner Partridge moves decision option number 2 to deny the petition to initiate rulemaking. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you. We need to take a break. Let's take a lunch break. So the commission will come back at, how about 12:30? The commission, we stand in recess. The commission will come back from its recess and will now take up docket number, or item number 5. Christian Noyce, please introduce the docket and the late filings.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 5 is docket number E002/M-25-27, E015/M-25-29, and E017/M-25-30, involving Xcel Energy, Minnesota Power, and Otter Power, in the matter of their 2024 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Report. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission accept Minnesota Power, Otter Power, and Xcel Energy's 2024 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Reports? Staff filed compiled and revised decision options, which are available in the back of the hearing room. We also have a late filed proposed decision option by BOMA available in the back of the hearing room. Both these items have been printed and provided at the Commissioner stations as well. We also had the joint commenters, which includes CUB, OAG, LSAP, and the Department and ECC, file a late decision option on February 17th regarding remote disconnections during extreme heat and air quality index events. Staff notes that this matter does not have enough record development and recommends it be considered as part of a future proceeding. We have representatives from the Department, BOMA, CUB, Minnesota Power, and Xcel Energy available in person for questions. We have representatives from ELPC and Otter Power available virtually for questions. I have no further remarks, but I am available for questions as well. Thank you.
If the parties would please come forward, we'll begin with opening comments. Starting on my right, if you'd please state your name and the organization you represent.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Riley Conlon from Xcel Energy.
Sorry, you have to speak up.
Oh, Riley Conlon on behalf of Xcel Energy.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Nick Martin with Xcel Energy.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Matt Brodeen with Minnesota Power.
Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Eden Foray with BOMA, Greater Minneapolis.
Just repeat that. It was a little quiet.
Yes, Eden Foray here on behalf of BOMA, Greater Minneapolis.
Good afternoon, Brandon Crawford with the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota.
And the folks online, I can't see your names, so you'll just have to go one by one. And I don't know who can start because you have a different view than I do. So how about the Department of Commerce? Online.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. This is Lynn Bear with the Department.
Ottertail.
Good afternoon. This is Mary Beth Kerwald for the Department.
I don't have a list of who's online, so go ahead, whoever isn't speaking. I can't see or know who you are. So Ottertail, I can see your logo. If you could please go next. Oh, we're having, if you can hear us at Ottertail, we can't hear you.
You can't hear us, then we're in trouble.
Now we can't. Otter, can anybody hear? Okay, we're gonna put Ottertail on ice for a second. That's the wrong word to use these days. Okay, Ottertail, we're gonna try to figure out why we can't hear you, and someone else who's online, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. This is Erica McConnell with the Environmental Law and Policy Center, and I'm here today on behalf of ELPC, Cooperative Energy Futures, and Vote Solar, who filed jointly in the docket.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is Deidre Howard with Xcel Energy.
Matthew Morse, Xcel Energy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is Eric Clement with Minnesota Power.
Now we can't see.
Good afternoon. This is Jess Beery with Ottertail Power. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, starting, is there anybody else online that has not identified themselves or a party that is not already represented? Okay, starting with Xcel, opening comments, please, and preferred decision options.
Thank you very much, Chair Stephen and Commissioners.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Stephen and Commissioners. I just want to highlight a few items. Overall, Xcel reported strong performance in 2024 on many aspects of safety, reliability, and service quality. We continue to have very strong reliability performance. For SAIDI, SAFE, and CAIDI, we met the IEEE second quartile benchmarks on most of those, and on those we missed only by a small amount, in some cases because of extraordinary storm events in summer of 2024. We propose to continue using those IEEE benchmarks for large and medium utilities to evaluate our performance in 2025. In the area of long outages, or CELI 12, where disparities were identified in 2023, we completed a 5-year analysis that helped us understand root causes and pointed to targeted undergrounding as the most effective solution, which we've now proposed in our IDP. We also hired a third-party evaluator to examine those disparities and help us understand if there are additional actions we can take. That work is now well underway, and we're meeting biweekly with the evaluator. With AMI now fully deployed, virtually fully, we have about 1.4 million meters installed as of January. We're seeing real benefits in terms of cost savings, safety, speed of reconnection. We're requesting an ongoing variance to the requirement of a field visit prior to remote disconnection. We've seen that field visits are quite ineffective in making contact with customers, much less effective than the multiple contact methods we now use, though we do still conduct field visits if we aren't able to reach a customer through those other methods. Requiring field visits would add significant labor costs. The cost per remote disconnection reconnection is about $20. Cost for a manual one is about $160, so eight times the cost. It would add those costs without, we think, delivering better performance, since it's very difficult to actually contact customers in that way. It would likely reduce disconnections just due to staffing constraints, but it would also mean that arrears build potentially to levels that are hard for customers to pay off, and it would mean we have fewer opportunities to connect with our customers to offer assistance. I want to speak to two areas where I think we've made real progress, but we're still working to do more. First, disconnections were high in 2024. We never want to disconnect a customer, so we've done a lot to expand flexible payment plans, institute lower down payments, provide more time and higher thresholds before disconnection, increase our agents' latitude to offer flexibility for extenuating circumstances, provide more outreach on affordability programs, and provide new ways to make it easier to enroll in those affordability programs through categorical eligibility, self-attestation, and so on. As the Commission knows, disconnections are currently suspended throughout the 7-county metro due to the immigration operations. And there's encouraging evidence from this. The rate of increase is slowing. Disconnections grew 112% from 2023 to 2024, and only 5% from 24 to 25. In January of this year, they were 22% lower than the prior January. We've also seen 57% of our customers restored in under 24 hours, and an increase of about 27% over last year in terms of customers able to enter payment arrangements. So it seems to us that we're moving in the right direction. The new protections are helping to make payment plans more affordable and make it easier for customers to get power restored quickly. The second thing I wanted to just highlight, customer complaints, we acknowledge have been higher than in past years. About 9% of those are related to billing errors. Our monthly reports in the billing investigation docket have shown steady progress, we think, in resolving billing and solar rewards errors and working down the backlog of past billing work. We're encouraged by that, but not yet where we'd like to be. Finally, we're on track to offer by this summer a first-in-the-nation program using AMI to reconnect vulnerable customers during extreme heat and poor air quality. Turning last just to the decision options, we support number 1, can support either 4 or 5.
Wait, sorry, slow up. Okay, you support 1.
Number 1, either number 4 or 5. Our alternate 6 that we filed this week, we have no issue with 7, 8, and 9. And I saw that the department has put in revised 7 and 8.
Sorry,
Those were
I'm slow today. You are okay with 7, 8, or 9?
7, 8, and 9. All of those we're okay with, and also
The department revised 7?
also fine with department revised 7 and 8.
So you have no preference between those 3?
No, our understanding of the department revised one was just that it sort of makes indefinite the reporting of those electronic communications, which is fine with us.
So you're okay with department revised 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Keep going, sorry.
We also
8?
support 10 and 11.
What did you say about 8?
8, similar to 7. We're fine with either 8 or the department's revised 8. Also fine with 9. We support 10 and 11. Number 13. Number 15. 16A. And the new 17 from the joint commenters. Lastly, the joint commenters' new 18 proposes waiving reconnection fees for the heat and AQI program. We didn't feel that was something we can do without commission direction, since it wasn't in the order and it would add to costs, but we're willing to do that if the commission directs. We still have a position against eliminating reconnection fees overall, which we oppose because it would transfer a cost from customers who have not kept current on their bills to customers who have, which includes, of course, most low-income customers. Thank you. Look forward to
Okay,
your questions.
sorry, I can't track all of this. So you said on 18, you're okay with new decision option 18, both parts? Or all of new decision option 18 you're okay with?
Yes, new decision option 18 just relates to waiving reconnection fees for both heat and AQI. I think that's the 2 parts of it. And that's where I said that's not an action we thought we could take without your direction, but we're okay with it if that's what you'd like us to do.
And what did you say about new 17?
We support that as well.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chelsea, but there is some confusion. There is a VOMA 17 and joint commenter 17.
Right.
So what did you mean when you say 17?
I meant the joint commenter 17.
Thank you.
And about the BOMA 17, I wrote down that you were okay with that, but now, did you mean that too?
We don't oppose, BOMA 17 is to expand the billing investigation to C&I customers. We can certainly do that. We have had challenges with addressing the BOMA members' specific billing errors because they've continued to refuse to tell us which customers are impacted. So we've had to do a lot of guesswork, and work very proactively to try to figure that out. But we are proactively working on those BOMA issues. In any case, BOMA 17 is not actually even specific to BOMA. It's just about doing an investigation into C&I billing errors. And if the commission would like us to do that, we can do that.
Okay, we'll discuss that, I guess, later. Minnesota Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minnesota Power appreciates the work done by staff to compile this vast amount of information into the briefing papers, and the Department of Commerce and the work that we've done with them and the analysis that they've provided for this docket. Minnesota Power has worked hard to meet or exceed the vast majority of the metrics that we're discussing here today, the safety and reliability metrics. And we are continuing to work to implement new technology in order to improve our performance going forward. So our undergrounding program, working with interrupters, whatever we can do to gather more information to target the areas that have had the most problems, and so that we can provide the most impact for the least amount of dollars as far as implementing some of these technologies going forward. As far as the decision options in this case, Minnesota Power supports decision options 1 and 2 and is comfortable with both 7 and 8, the originals and the revised. And for decision option 9, Minnesota Power is not opposed to providing information in Excel spreadsheet format. We would suggest that this be done through a working group. In some of our other dockets, we've done this where we've identified what the information is that all of the utilities need to provide and provided a template for that. This is a little bit vague in that it just says provide all of your information in Excel format. And talking to our folks, we have hundreds of spreadsheets and other things that all kind of come together from across the company, many different departments. And there's a little bit of concern that we don't know exactly what it is that we're being asked to provide. So to the extent we could include a work group, work with staff, work with some of the other parties to identify a template for what we would be providing, that would be helpful. And then the rest of the decision options do not apply to Minnesota Power.
Okay, thank you. And Otter Tail.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. Jess Bury with Otter Tail Power Company. Available with me today are Mike Reaver and Colin Kraymeyer, and we thank you for the opportunity to provide some context for the materials before you. The reports you have received are part of Otter Tail Power Company's compliance with Minnesota safety, reliability, and service quality reporting requirements and with Commission direction in docket 25-30. Together, they are intended to provide a clear and transparent view of 2024 performance, how that performance compares to industry benchmarks, and how the company is addressing reliability and service quality going forward. 3 points regarding our reliability performance. First, 2024 was a transition year for reliability reporting. We moved to a new outage management system that captures interruptions at the customer level rather than the feeder level. This improves accuracy and transparency, but also affects comparability with prior years and company trends. As a result, certain indices increased due to more complete data capture, not because of a decline in service performance. Second, the filing directly addresses Commission expectations regarding benchmarking. In the 2024 report, Otter Tail aligned reliability standards with IEEE benchmarks for medium-sized utilities, consistent with prior orders. In the future, our metrics will be benchmarked against IEEE small-sized utilities. The supplemental informational filings also discuss known limitations to the IEEE survey, including sample size and utility type comparability, and explain how those limitations affect interpretation for our rural utility with a large geographical footprint and significant weather exposure. Third, the report places 2024 results in operational context. A small number of severe weather events and significant equipment failure disproportionately affected certain service centers and influenced statewide metrics. The filings explain these events, their impact on SAIDI, and CAIDI, and the corrective actions already taken or underway, including targeted infrastructure upgrades and system hardening. Overall, these materials reflect continued improvements in data quality, responsiveness to Commission feedback, and the use of more granular information to support better reliability planning as OMS and AMI data become fully integrated. Now I'd like to briefly highlight the service quality aspects of the 2024 report. The primary service quality issue for us was call center response performance. Otter Tail did not meet the 80-20 standard, answering approximately 78% of calls within 20 seconds, largely due to high outage-related call volumes and staff vacancies during the year. The company identified these issues and implemented corrective actions, including hiring and training customer service representatives and supplementing resources during peak periods. Based on these actions, Otter Tail expects call performance to improve in 2025. Outside of call center metrics, overall customer complaint levels remained relatively limited and were generally resolved promptly, most often at initial contact. Complaints were primarily related to service interruptions and high bills. Finally, customer protections and communications remained a priority, including consistent administration of Minnesota cold weather rule protections and expanded use of outage notification and online tools. With that, Otter Tail prefers decision options 1, and I do believe that we should make a correction to reflect the year 2024 rather than 2023. Decision option number 3, as revised February 18th. Decision option 7, or the department's revised number 7. Number 8, or the department's revised number 8. And like Minnesota Power, we're not opposed to number 9, but we do seek clarification on the types of files that would be submitted. And so we support Minnesota Power's recommendation to do a work group, or another option may be for those files to be provided through discovery information requests where we could get specific asks in there. And we appreciate the Commission's consideration and are available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, why don't we hear from BOMA?
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. My name is Eden Foray. I'm here on behalf of BOMA today. BOMA Greater Minneapolis is a trade association. It represents commercial real estate interests in Minneapolis and neighboring communities, and its members are Xcel Energy customers. Since approximately 2022, BOMA members have experienced pretty significant billing and customer service issues from Xcel Energy. These issues include inaccurate billing, misapplied payments, and ineffective communication and resolution. BOMA members have reached out directly to the company to seek resolution of these issues, but have not received resolution, and thus have raised this issue in this docket as well as Xcel's rate case docket. In its rate case docket, the company's witness Howard indicated that there likely would not be an issue from the company with expanding the docket 25341 investigation into residential billing errors, and so BOMA felt it could be possible to expand that to include commercial and industrial customers. So that is what led BOMA to put forth new decision option 17. I recognize that's a little confusing, but it would be BOMA 17 would be BOMA's preferred decision option. BOMA is available for any questions.
Ms. Foray, it's new decision option 17 in your filing, the entirety of it that you're requesting?
That's correct.
And can you, well, actually, we'll get to that in questions. Sorry, we'll keep going then with other opening comments. Mr. Crawford?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Brandon Crawford with the Citizens Utility Board. I am joined by my colleague, Olivia Carroll. The scope of CUB's involvement in this docket was fairly narrow, so I'll try to keep this as short as possible. Our preferred decision options are reflected in the letter that we filed on Tuesday with other parties related to extreme heat and air quality events, and I appreciate Xcel's support for those positions. I do want to take a moment to generally go through the procedural process that behind that, because we feel it's necessary to address that as soon as possible. So the extreme heat and air quality protections were pulled and kind of addressed separately for the most part from the other service quality issues addressed in this docket. They were approved and the Commission directed Xcel to file a compliance filing by the end of 2025. And as part of that approval, Xcel submitted a report and requested for the first time to charge reconnection fees to customers. All of this is occurring within the instant docket. CUB, the Department, OAG, the Minnesota Department of Health, Energy Sense, and the Legal Services Advocacy Project all opposed that request. We submitted comments, a letter, and proposed decision options reflecting that position, to which Xcel responded. We believe it's necessary to address this as soon as possible because Xcel has stated that if a decision comes too late, then the process of implementing extreme heat and air quality protections could be delayed for a period of up to 6 to 8 weeks. So we want to address this as soon as possible, whether that's in this hearing or very soon after. CUB also responded to BOMA's request for an investigation into issues relating to billing and service quality, and we recommended a further expansion based on various concerns that were brought to us by residential customers. There's no decision option that specifically captures that position, but my colleague Olivia Carroll is available for any questions the Commission may have.
Sorry, Mr. Crawford, can you repeat that point? You think there's not a decision option that reflected what you requested in your filing?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is correct. We had requested a kind of expansion of the investigation into billing and service quality because we received many kind of concerns and complaints from customers that they're had issues with the rates or the information provided by the company on different topics. My colleague Olivia Carroll is available to kind of answer any questions related to those individual issues contained within our comments. We didn't weigh in on any of the other issues reflected in the decision options, but we are available for questions, and we thank you for your time.
And Mr. Crawford, is there suggested decision option language that you wanted to propose now that wasn't included, or maybe we can give you a minute and go to someone else, but if you want to just characterize what you were requesting a little bit more, I just want to make sure we commissioners understand that.
Yes, of course, Madam Chair.
Ms. McConnell?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Our joint comments here were narrow, focused only on Xcel's SRSQ report, and within that a small subset of issues related to advancing equity and addressing previously identified disparities in reliability. And so consistent with our written comments on those issues, we support decision options 15 and 16A. And do not take a position on any of the other decision options. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and who am I missing? The department, I guess, is left, correct?
Hearing none, I'm going to assume that's right. Thank you, Chair Steben, Commissioners. The department appreciates the staff putting together this very robust record, and we appreciate the collaboration with the RUD and CUB on a large portion of this docket. The department supports 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the original. As to Xcel's revised 6, we are a bit confused about the company's misunderstanding of the correct table in the record. We did correct table 15. It was in our supplemental comments, and I believe it was correct in the briefing papers. The company didn't reach out to us to discuss their concerns about table 15. If they had, we would have explained that we had corrected it. And we believe the commission should approve 6, not revise 6. 6 maintains a summary of the interruption calls, which are outage calls, and we believe that's important information for the commission to continue getting. We support Department Revised 7. We are not sure that we wrote Department Revised 8, but we would support that one if the commission wants to accept it. We support
Wait,
not.
Sorry, that's not clear enough for me. The way it's presented, we would adopt either 7, which you recommended, or Department Revised 7.
Sorry, we support Department Revised 7.
Instead of?
Instead of 7.
Okay.
And then we support Department Revised 8. We don't believe that we actually wrote that one, but we appreciate that it may be a clarification that staff developed out of our comments.
You didn't really propose the original 8, but you do support, so we'll just cross that off. But you do support Department Revised 8.
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
Sorry for the confusion. There's a lot here.
I understand.
We support 9. And our comments supported the original 10, but after discussion, seeing new CBIN 10A yesterday, we are going to support that along with the other consumer advocates.
They didn't say they supported 10.
Oh, sorry.
A, but I can ask them.
Then we would support 13, 14.
Wait, sorry, do you support 11 too? It says you do. Oh, no, sorry, you just said you'd support Stephen New 10.
Right.
Instead of 11. Then.
Right, I think that's right.
And then what about 12?
We support 12.
And 13?
13 and 14. The department is agnostic on 15 and 16. We take no position on those. And then, as noted in our joint comment letter, we support new AMI heat 17 and 18. We appreciate that the staff have concerns about record development there, but we believe that there's a robust record in the AQI extreme heat docket on the need for these disconnection and reconnections, and we feel that the question of whether or not to charge customers a reconnection fee, there's a sufficient record here on what potential impact that is to the company, and we share CUB's concern that we could start seeing adverse air quality events in the near future, especially given how dry and warm it's been in the western part of the country this year. And we don't want to delay this as we start to hit the spring. And then on BOMA 17 and BOMA 18, the department takes no position.
What about 16A, requiring Xcel to add the energy burden to its ISQ map? Dr. Lieb.
Apologies, this one's not in the spreadsheet, so let me phone a friend quickly. We support 16A.
Consensus, okay. Is there anybody that I didn't ask to speak now? Okay, it's sort of a mess here in my mind, so sorry about that, everybody. I don't know if it's best we kind of walk through questions volume by volume or that way, or if we want to walk through the decision options and then like use that as a guide to get through questions. Do commissioners have a preference? Let's just start kind of through the decision options, kind of follow the volumes anyway. So first, just to clarify with staff, we are accepting their 2024 reports, correct? That's an error?
Correct.
Okay, everybody, we'll fix that then. And then as far as the volume 1, which talked about the IEEE benchmarking and the specific Sadie, Safi, and Katie results, did commissioners want to ask questions about that or comments to start? One, as I was looking through this, and trying to understand the impacts of moving to an average versus what has traditionally been taking place, I think I sort of understand it, and the fact that the utilities are agreeing with this in terms of the timing of the filings too. That's not a very good question, but let me start with Xcel. With decision option 4, first, that is what you supported, and the actual dates that the metrics will be given to us doesn't change, correct? They'll still come in on April 1st. But then talk me through what the changes here with the supplemental filing to see if the department then gets the information in time to actually analyze the report so that we can continue to review these dockets on a timely way so that we're making these important decisions in a timely manner, Mr. Martin.
Yes. Thanks, Thanks, Chair Sieben. So decision option 4 is the current process. Decision option 5 revises that process. So in 4, what currently happens is, we file our overall SRSQ report on April 1st, but typically IEEE doesn't release those benchmarks until fairly late in the year, September or so. And so in most years, we've then done a filing 30 days after that, comparing our performance in the prior year to those benchmarks that we now have. Now, that always has meant a separate, supplemental filing much later than the April 1st thing for utilities to do and for the department to analyze. This year, that was particularly difficult because IEEE didn't release the benchmarks specific to utility sizes until I think it was November 7th. So that supplemental filing was much more delayed. And that I think delayed other things in this docket. So from a procedural standpoint, if I could talk about number 5 as well. Mm-hmm. Decision option 5, just from a procedural standpoint, we can see why that's preferable because you'd be comparing your performance to the prior 5 years, not including the current year, so you wouldn't have to wait. The only hesitation we have about that is that if the current year wouldn't be included in what you're comparing to. So if utilities had a particularly bad reliability year because there were sort of terrible storms, but let's say storms that didn't trigger the major event day in a year, the IEEE benchmarks wouldn't include that year. So like if there had also been really bad storms in other parts of the upper Midwest, that wouldn't be reflected in the IEEE benchmarks. So that gives us a little bit of pause about this, but we can still live with it, and we can see why from a procedural standpoint it would be easier for everyone.
And the department, we're heavily reliant on you to analyze these and give us the results. So I noticed that you're supporting 4, correct, on this issue over our staff alternative 5?
The department we were supportive of 4. We don't have very strong feelings. We could support 5 if it.
But did you just hear about his argument about the year?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that makes sense why it would be a problem. So I guess, like, I understand both sides, but I'm heavily interested in your preference then.
The department appreciates the concerns the company's bringing up and the procedural issues. We would be fine with 5 if that is going to result in a better process.
But I thought they just said 4 would result in a better process. Right, Mr. Martin? That's your expectation?
I think 4 is our slight preference. We can live with either one.
Mr. Noyce,
To
did you want to
clarify,
weigh in?
5 is the one that would bring Xcel into compliance with the other utilities and speed up the filing process so that the department. Yeah.
Because then they're not getting the information though until November, and then they'll still need to be a supplemental filing. So how is it speeding it up?
The benchmark is based on the 4 years before that supplemental filing, so it's not based on that supplemental filing.
Already?
No, that if you chose 5.
I don't understand.
If you
enough
choose 5, I think you essentially know what your benchmark is.
Yes, on April 1st.
Well, yeah, and you knew it. You probably knew it several months beforehand, and so we don't have to wait for that supplemental filing to figure out what the benchmark was. I think that's what I understood.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Steven. Can I clarify with Mr. Martin? The trade-off, as I heard it, is that with number 4, you're comparing apples to apples. Is that the time frame matches? So if you had a massive system of storms come through the Midwest in year 2026, let's hope I'm not predicting anything, then if under number 4, when you went to file your 2026 results, you would be comparing apples to apples. Your reliability potentially suffered, as did other utilities within the Midwest due to a storm system. And the trade-off then is that our process, the timing of our process is a little off, but the results are more meaningful because you're comparing apples to apples. Number 5, the benefit is that the process lines up so that we're reviewing it in a more timely manner, but the timeframes may not line up, and so external factors happening within that year would be misaligned with the benchmark. Mr. Martin, did I capture that?
Yes, that was absolutely clear. That's what I meant.
Okay, thank you. So that's the trade-off, and I'm not making a statement in support of either, but I think that we should understand that those are the trade-offs we're talking about.
That's a good way to look at it, and I was curious for Mr. Martin or the other utilities, because the basis of going with the average suggested by Otter and Minnesota Power is if the numbers don't change all that much, if you're using a 4 or 5 year average, there's not much of a trade-off. Is there a concern? I mean, is there a lot of fluctuation? That's what I don't have that historical information. Is if we went with a 4 year average or going back a few years, wouldn't it kind of flatten it out and we're not going to see a lot of fluctuations? If we were to select though, but year by year, how much fluctuation is there? Is there a lot of fluctuation between these standards, or is it You know, we're talking 1 or 2, basis points up or down.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. For questions like that, I'd like to bring up our expert who's here to talk about sort of year-to-year variation. The one thing I will say is that under this new decision option 5 that is procedurally smoother, right? If there were like really terrible storms, let's say in 2026, to use Commissioner Partridge's example, and we were comparing to IEEE benchmarks that were for 2021 to 2025, then that storm wouldn't appear at all in the benchmarks that we're comparing ourselves to. So it wouldn't.
I thought we moved most major storms out of.
Well, we do have major event days excluded. So, but sometimes you have. I think in the year for this report, there were significant impacts from storms that didn't quite trigger that, didn't quite meet that threshold, but still affected our reliability metrics. But if you'd like more,
Someone who looks at the numbers, because I didn't quite get that answer when I was thinking about this. You know, how much variation are we talking about?
And just to hopefully help clarify too, if we chose 5, then Xcel would be doing the benchmarking the same way that Otter Tail and Minnesota Power do it now. That's
the
another
attractiveness of it.
Yeah. Okay. State your name for the record, please.
Michael Renman, Manager of System Performance at Xcel. Yes, from year to year, we did see in 2024 all of the Minnesota utilities and the IEEE benchmark fluctuated higher. It was a more intense year overall.
Like
so
10% more or 5%?
Yes, on the order of 10%. So it is a meaningfully bigger challenge for those to meet the benchmark for those weather years. But as we stated earlier, we can live with that either way.
You could kind of explain it.
Right.
And that's what we do. We're just trying to look for a benchmark that we can all kind of follow and compare. And so if there is a swing one way, it can be explained. Swing down the other way, you can explain it too and say, oh, we're doing real well because, we're comparing against 3 years that were real bad, and this year we had a great weather year, so we're killing it. So, yeah.
Okay. Other questions on this between 4 or 5 from commissioners? I think this is for Minnesota Power. I think this is in volume 1, if I remember. Your use of contractors, can you please characterize the increased use of contractors in your 2024 report? And like what the overall rationale for that is?
Chair Sieben, Commissioners, there has been an increased use of contractors. A lot of that is seasonal work, and the vast majority of that is vegetation management. So it's work that can be done late, spring, late spring, summer, and fall before the freeze. So that's the vast majority. There are some other contractors that are being used as well. A lot of that is when we have to fill positions and we can't fill them through open positions, we have to bring in contractors in order to be able to complete the work in a timely manner. We just don't push that work off. We bring in people as necessary.
And I know vegetation management can be a seasonal thing, but it can also be something that's done in-house by your own employees, right? So is this like a trend that you see continuing where you're going to try to continue to do most of your vegetation management with contractors, or do you think this is like just the way it happened this last year?
Chair Sieben, I'd like to bring in Eric Clement to maybe be able to add a little bit of light to that one. I'm not actually sure on that question.
Mr. Clement, have you always used contractors to do your vegetation management, or is this a difference that we're seeing, or just a yearly change?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, great question. We have always used contractors for vegetation management. I think part of the story is we're aggressively trying to replace aging infrastructure. And because our budget has ramped up a little bit, we do bring in external contractors to supplement the increased project work as well. But we have always used external contractors for vegetation management specifically. And I believe we will be 100% caught up on our 6-year cycle for distribution lines and should return to normal vegetation contractor usage next year.
Return to normal vegetation contract usage next year? So like the number will go down, but not necessarily because you're hiring more people to do some of that distribution or construction work, but more, right?
It's a bit of both. We are ramping up our internal FTEs as well to get at the increased workload with aging infrastructure.
You know, Minnesota Power knows you hear this often from the commission that we just are really invested in your workforce, and especially with the acquisition, like want to ensure that you're continuing to hire people in your service territory to work at your utility, and that's sort of where I'm headed with this line of question. I think it sounds fine to me, but something we're going to continue to watch for. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think that's a great question. Okay, I'll ask more directly. Do you hire these guys from out of state, or do you hire this contractor from within the state? Minnesota Power and the other two.
Does Wisconsin count as in-state in your view, Commissioner Hom, or no, it's definitely out of state? But
last year, I was attending one of the meeting, and that utility has a serious trouble hiring in-state people, so they are getting people from Kansas and other states far away, even they are talking about hiring from Australia. So that's why I was wondering, we have a same labor force issue in Minnesota.
Is that on just vegetation management or for all utility work that you heard?
What I heard is a tree trimming, so it's a vegetation management.
Mr.
Clement. They have trees in Kansas, so they got to come up here to trim the trees.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, we award to companies, and I would assume that a lot of their labor forces are staffed locally, but I can't speak that they're all hired locally within Minnesota. They may have to supplement outside or regionally to fill those vacancies.
Okay, can I ask to Xcel Energy?
Thanks, Commissioner Hom. I think our answer is the same as Minnesota Power's, but Fletcher Johnson, our Director of Veg Management, is here, and I'd like him to answer that question.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Thank you. Fletcher Johnson, Xcel Energy, Director of Vegetation Management. Our answer is very similar to Minnesota Power's. We have contracts with key vendors to do work. Some of them are the same as vendors as Minnesota Power. And I would say that we do work with those vendors to try to hire as much as we can locally when we might have changes in workload in that might not be sustained, but for, let's say, 2025 or 26 and 27, there might be an increase in tree workers that are coming from out of state temporarily, but we work hard to try to have a sustainable local workforce to meet the needs.
So do you actively developing this workforce, or you are just hoping that these contractors are developing workforce for you?
Bringing in, I mean, there is a cost difference. Bringing in workers from out of state does tend to have an increased cost. It's in our best interest to try to, for the vendors that we use are going to be more successful if they're using local workers.
Yeah. So what I heard from that utility was when you are approaching non-traditional workforce for this work, because tree trimming is not a very known occupation for many people. And so I think that their approach was approaching to the non-traditional workforce pool to see whether anybody's interested in doing it, because they found, surprisingly, they found a lot of people willing to do it when they approach outside their typical workforce pool. So I'm suggesting Xcel and another utility. I'm sure Otter will have the same answer, so because you guys are doing similar work. Hopefully, you guys can proactively reaching out non-traditional workforce to see we can develop more workforce within the state, because I think not only the typical vegetation management, everybody now have a concern with the wildfire. So forest management includes this vegetation management in addition to there's a typical known the vegetation management issue. So hopefully we have a more comprehensive understanding of whether we have enough workforce within the state or utilities are willing to develop those workforce.
Mr. Fletcher, just out of curiosity, do your, when like say Xcel is building a transmission line, is the tree clearance the responsibility of the contractor or the overall construction company that's helping build that construction line, or is it your contractors or like internal Xcel people that would do the clearance of trees for new construction?
It has varied by project depending on a large greenfield transmission project or new build. We have done both, where maybe a general contractor that's awarded the build contract would be responsible for subbing out any vegetation management activities, or leveraging the existing vendors or contracts that we have. I mean, a number of years ago, with the start of the CapEx projects, we used the vendors that I was, or my predecessor was overseeing at the time. There are other times where it's been part of the turnkey project package of getting it built.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner
So our
Tuma?
vegetation on page 18 of our volume 1 of our briefing papers. Probably the most disconcerting thing I thought, and obviously you have a rate case coming up, but Mr. Fletcher, I'm looking at table 4 where it says we've given you budgets in the past rate cases of like $46 million. It seems like you've been only able to spend $30 million in 2024. Has that improved in 2025 or 2026? What's going on here?
And Mr. Conlon might want, well, I don't know, Mr. Fletcher might, but
I'm just understanding what's going on. I mean, the reasons given to me don't seem to cut it, but
you're only spending 2/3 of the budget, roughly.
Oh. We're paying for it. When I pay for
Where's
it,
the other money going then?
I'm paying that $46 million, but I'm only getting $30 million. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I'll do my best to answer that question. And so, as you alluded to there, that's a rate case decision that is discussed in a pending rate case. As the Commission is aware, the rate cases as filed represent a snapshot in time, and so looking at a single bucket item, there will be items where we might underspend compared to the case and where we might go over in a different bucket. So there are decisions we would make to manage.
But we're not looking at your rate case isn't for 2024.
I'm looking at a trend here that's
right
kind
now
of
that
disturbing.
Commissioner Tuma is asking about the table 4, which included the approved test year expenses for vegetation management of $46 million. Or, I mean, that you spent actually $30 million, but you were approved for $46 million. 2024 isn't in this upcoming rate case, is it?
Madam Chair, that's correct. So in looking back to, I guess that would be the 21 case, if that snapshot in time, and we were approved at a certain amount for vegetation management.
Right.
And so after that point in time, there are changes where, and maybe some other items that spending changes in both directions. And so I think we do our best to prudently manage costs and efficiencies between cases, and that's how we end up potentially with the trend that.
So the answer really is, even though you said in the 2021 rate case that you were going to spend $46 million on vegetation management, in 2024 you actually spent $30 million. Is that what you're asking, Commissioner Tuma?
Yeah. It looks like a trend to me. It looks like you came to us, you got a bunch of money, and then you said to your tree cutters, "Oh, by the way, cut your budget down." I want him to spend more money. Okay, best thing I could do is having him spend more money, going out and hiring OSOPs or for Cannon Valley. There's a lot of people out there that you can go hire to clear trees, because last time I checked, they're still growing in Minnesota.
Well, and because it's affecting your reliability metrics. I mean,
that's why it's here.
What the report is showing, right? So what's the response, Mr. Conlon? Why you're not spending as much as you said you would for vegetation management?
Strategically targeting our vegetation management, which to me says we're cutting down what we're spending and we're picking particular places that we think are worse. Well, that's good. I mean, I think I would expect that from Mr. Fletcher. He's a professional, but that's still not what I want to hear. I want to hear that you're getting out there and cutting the trees you need to be, because it's affecting our service quality. And these are good paying jobs. I think you're right. The guys that do this I'm impressed by them when I see them work. And so I want more of them out there working. So that's what's bugging me. It'll bug me when I get to the rate case.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, again, appreciate the question. And I think what I can commit to is I can't speak to the decisions that were made to that resulted in the data set you see before you. What I can do is I can say we can take this back. I appreciate these concerns, and we will make sure that they are heard and raised. And that's what I can commit to sitting here today.
Hear more people, Mr. Fletcher. That's what I want to hear.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Siebert. So you mentioned this one. So you are using AI and certain technology. Are you using drone to monitor this vegetation, or are you using satellite imagery to manage this?
Currently, we are not using drones for monitoring vegetation management or vegetation growth, but we do use the analysis of satellite imagery to analyze vegetation growth around our power lines.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't complain about technological innovation, which you can save money for the upcoming rate case, but also I think that technology can be used for the wildfire management tool, right? Because the satellite imagery can capture those high risk area of overall vegetation beyond your right of way.
I agree.
So we have to make sure that Xcel is not double recovering that in the rate case. You are asking money in the wildfire management and then also asking for the vegetation management. We have to pick and choose, right?
Yes, and I believe in how vegetation management was presented in wildfire in the rate case. We have distinction between those, how we would separate that.
Okay, so hopefully there is a clear separation. If we are asking for both, I think we need to make sure that that is appropriately shared, not over-recovered by double counting it.
Any other, does the department, I know you kind of weighed in on the tree trimming amount and is there anything you wanted to add on this discussion? Dr. Lieb? No.
Chair Sieben, we don't have anything to add, but we appreciate Commissioner Tuma's line of questioning.
Okay. Any questions about the work center staffing levels from commissioners? Again, this is something that is critically important to the overall success of our utilities to be able to provide reliable service. And I appreciate the staff analysis that was done here, and I think we're generally moving in the right direction, but it's certainly something I know we all care about. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. For Xcel, what I heard from staff is now your call center and this service center is mainly in the Texas area. So you no longer maintaining Eau Claire facility?
Mr. Martin.
Commissioner Hom, I don't think that's correct. I think we have Eau Claire, Texas, and Colorado. But my colleague Deidre Howard, who's on the virtually knows a lot more about this than I do.
Okay.
Ms. Howard.
Yes,
please go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, Commissioners, we do still have a contact center in Eau Claire. We are staffed with all of our credit and contact center residential CNI staff. We have contact center staff in Texas as well. But those are our two primary locations.
So not all the calls from Minnesota will go to Eau Claire. So now you shipped some to Texas side, right?
Commissioner Hom, Chair Stephen, yes, we have all of our agent staff to take all calls. That's to make sure that calls are answered in a timely manner.
So what kind of training are you giving to those out-of-state call center folks to understand culture and the environment we are facing in Minnesota? For example, our winter is very different from Texas. So I think the service quality issue related to safety is a very critical information. I don't know whether people in Texas can understand service quality during the winter time for the Xcel customer in Minnesota.
Yes, I would just remind everyone that we also take calls for Colorado. And so we have very specific training related to all kinds of weather and the rules that we have in each state related to not just the weather, but also other matters of practice. And
So yeah, personally, I prefer everything is taken by the call in the Wisconsin or Minnesota, but I also understand because of efficiency and cost management tool, you have to do this. But I think we need a clear education and training for those people to understand our customers' need because we have a very different circumstance.
Absolutely, Commissioner Hom, Chair Stephen, we definitely make sure that there is full holistic training. There is full training, for instance, on the cold weather moratorium, specifically for Minnesota, and that's done twice a year, annually, in addition to other refresher training that we have going on at various times throughout the year.
Okay.
Hopefully that answered your question. My service broke up for just a moment there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I want to make sure that when you are moving call center, it's not just moving call center because the people you are hiring may not understand our situation here in Minnesota. So hopefully we have a proper education and training regularly, not just once, but as you said, it has to be done at the minimum annually.
It has to be done minimally twice a year, specific for Colorado or in Minnesota, cold weather moratorium practices and procedures and rules. So you're right. It absolutely cannot be done once a year. It needs to be done more frequently than that. That's our model.
Okay.
We also have a number of training pages for that information as well. It's available to our agents whenever they're on a phone call.
So do you have performance metrics measuring each agents based on this kind of a issue that making sure that not only they are getting training, but actually they are performing and practicing?
Yes, we do quality analysis of all calls for all of our agents routinely. That's done monthly for each agent. So that we absolutely make sure that they are trained and that they are following the guidelines that we have for each state and each call.
Thank you.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. I think this is a question, for Ms. Howard. So I had been told that the company had moved some of the call center reps overseas. Do you currently have call center reps that customers here in Minnesota are calling stationed elsewhere overseas?
Commissioner Partridge, Chair Stephen, no, we don't have any contact center representatives that are overseas. That is strictly for our billing team.
For your billing team. So there's billing reps, but not customer service reps. So anyone calling in to clarify from Minnesota with an issue will not be speaking to someone overseas, but will be speaking to someone in the United States.
Chair Partridge, that is absolutely, or excuse me, Commissioner Partridge, that is absolutely correct.
Okay. Okay, another issue that I wanted to just mention is one of the things that came up in the briefing papers, and I'm just forgetting all the details on it. But there has been some concern that I believe our Consumer Affairs Office brought up around calling the cold weather rule a moratorium, that it has caused some confusion with customers. Did you see that or within the briefing papers, or have you been in discussions about that issue?
Commissioner Partridge, Chair Stephen, I have been in contact and talked to Ms. Tom about this. We have regular meetings, and we do definitely stress the fact that it is the cold weather moratorium, not a rule. And so that is definitely trained in our contact centers.
So, Ms. Howard, I think it's the opposite. I think that the problem that was identified is that it discourages customers from feeling like they have to pay their bill to hear the word moratorium. And perhaps that's a relic of the moratorium that occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. But I just hope that you'll touch base again with Ms. Tom about the language and sort of the consequences and the interpretation that customers get when they hear that there's a moratorium, that instead really cold weather rule is a little more complicated than a moratorium. It requires a payment plan in order to get cold weather rule protections. And so I just wanted to note that it's something that I think you should follow up with the Consumer Affairs Office on.
Apologies, Commissioner Partridge. I got my words mixed up. It's the rule, not the moratorium. So I apologize. We are training it appropriately, but you're right. I did get that confused in my sentence.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sivan. One follow-up to it. Once again, another example from other state. I talked to another state commissioner, and the person said, I think they have a self-reporting portal for this kind of arrangement rather than they have to call in and talk to people. So yes, there is a potential negative incentive from the company to discourage these people. I hope that's not the case, but people may get that feeling, not necessarily intent of the company, but people may get the feeling that we are discouraged to do it. So is there any possibility? I also don't want to increase the cost, but whether self-reporting mechanism that people can easily qualify for this winter weather rule and arranging payment scheme, and because I think a minimum payment is a very delicate issue, and some people may not be able to pay that much. So that's why I hope there's more flexibility, customer-friendly way to use this winter weather rule.
Commissioner Hom, Chair Stephen, absolutely. We are actually working right now on an IVR option for customers to set arrangements. We're also working on a text option. And so we're definitely open to exploring other options for customers to be able to set these arrangements effectively that works for them. I will also just add that we have done a significant amount of training around extenuating circumstances, specifically for Minnesota customers, making sure that our agents are aware of what those options are and that they're offering those when customers mention anything related to a financial difficulty or any other kind of situation in their homes.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
I do have questions on something else, but
please go ahead.
I wanted to understand the service extension metrics. I was a little confused. So it's on page 20, 21, 22 of the briefing papers. And it wasn't quite clear how the metrics work for each of the utilities. When I read it, it seemed like to me when I was reading Xcel, it's like we get service out there 30 days after I got a phone call saying I want service. And it seemed like the other ones were doing it from the date requested. So I call up and say, can I have service on June 1? And that's the goal, is to get it through June 1. If I don't get it there June 1, I'm measuring 1 to 10 days or 11 days plus, as Minnesota Power does it. Looks like 0 to 2 days or almost 2 days for Otter Tail. And so I got two different metrics there, but I wasn't clear how Xcel's worked first. So how is your metric measured? You say, I call up and I say June 1, and that's when I start measuring. I'm now on an average 30 days over, or is it when I phone call, if I call in May and you still don't come till June 1, it seems like it's more than 30 days. So how do you measure your metric?
Commissioner Tuma, I apologize. I don't think we have a subject matter expert on this with us today. My understanding of that process is that the metric is measured from, the later of, there's wording in there about the later of when the customer has requested service or the premise is able to accept service. And I do recall in the record here some discussion of how the 30 days reflected in the 2024 annual report was a little bit artificially exaggerated, longer than it should have been because of problems with some of our representatives not adjusting the date to when the premise was actually ready to accept service. And so we've corrected that problem. So, and if you remove that, it would be less than 30 days. I know that's not a direct answer to your question. I just wanted to mention that because that is mentioned in the annual report. But in terms of the exact mechanics of how those dates are set, I'm afraid I don't know, and we'd have to come back to you with clarification.
Yeah, for Otter Tail and Minnesota Power, I'm trying to track with it. So if I call you up and say I want service on February 20th, that's a pretty short time frame. Is there a thing where you call in and you need to call in a month in advance or whatever, and that's when the date starts running? How does that work? I'm just trying to understand how the metric works.
Commissioner Tu, I want to refer you to Mr. Clement to see if he knows the answer to that question.
Mr. Clement.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, for Minnesota Power, it's a little bit of a give and take. We do require a complete application from the customer for new service. And at that time, we assign them to one of our distribution service reps. And there may be a bit of negotiation going on in order to pick that date, because if you told me you wanted service tomorrow, I would be asking, have you checked all the boxes? Have you filled out a complete application? Do you have an electrical inspection? Do you have things in the way? I mean, we run into a number of reasons for not meeting those dates, but for the most of the time, I think we can get on the same page, because some of it is just educating with the customer what we need in order to bring service to your new property or business.
And so when I look at these numbers are already somewhat a negotiated time. I might come in and say, I need it June 1, and you say, well, that's not going to happen. Even if you check all the boxes, it's not going to happen. So can we pick June 15th? So there is some negotiation going on there. And then if I don't show up on June 15th, I'm 11 days late. That shows up as in at least on this one in the blue, where I'm not doing quite as well as I'm saying. But in a sense, you're in a better position than, say, how Xcel's numbers were working.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And Otter Tail, it seems like you picked 0 to 2 days. I mean, is that just something you've just done that's the way we've done it, and haven't really thought about how anybody else does it? How did you come up with 0 to 2, and is it similar to what Minnesota Power just suggested, which is kind of what I assumed it would be? There's a little discussion working with the rep on what date they pick. So first of all, is it similar to Minnesota Power? And second, how did you come up with 0 to 2?
All right. Commissioner Tuma, Chair Sieben, yes, Otter Tail's process is very similar to Minnesota Power. As they described, we have a meeting and there's a checklist of things that need to be completed before that we can extend that service. I think as far as why we chose 0 to 2 days, I am going to pass the baton to Colin Krameyer here to respond to that.
Commissioner Tuma, thank you for your question. So, truthfully, when we looked at the days here,
you got to state your name for the record. Sorry about that.
My apologies. Colin Krameyer with Otter Power Company. Truthfully, what we did is we looked at kind of aligning what we have for just our internal, where customer calls in just for standard service. We want to have that turned around within 48 hours notice. So that's a kind of a general one that we've utilized in the past, and so that's kind of where the 0 to 2 days came from, and then the proceedings from there on. We just tried to kind of find the right buckets, but it was really like Ms. Fury said, this was based on similar to what Minnesota Power has. Our field technicians will have that discussion with the customer, make sure that service is ready, and then we go by, like I said, that date the location is ready for service.
Would any of you be opposed if I asked you to get together and just come up with a uniform set of measurements? I mean, it seems like the way that Xcel's changing their system is getting closer to what Minnesota Power and Otter are doing, but it'd just be nice to have us agree that 0 to 10 and plus 11 is the right amount, or 0 to 2 or whatever, just so we can all kind of see how you're doing. And I apologize, I'm hypersensitive to this. I grew up in a family that was a construction business, so we made a lot of these applications, and it's kind of nice to get the power out there as soon as possible, because I was the poor slug that had to wind up the cord from the neighbor's house at the time to get it done. So, but I don't know, would you guys be okay with maybe just sitting down with each other and figuring out a uniform amount of time and Xcel?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, no problem from Xcel on that proposal.
MP?
Madam Chair.
No problem.
No problem.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Saban. So are we in the volume 2?
Well, I jumped ahead of volume 2.
We're kind of all over.
Okay, then I'll ask Xcel. So there are 6 individual comments in this docket about the service and other things against the Xcel. How did you address this individual concern? Are you going to address this individual concern?
Thanks, Commissioner Hom. Could you repeat that? Address which concern?
So at least there are 6 individual comments in this docket against Xcel service. What is the process you're addressing these individual concerns filed in this docket?
That might be something that my colleague, Ms. Howard, could answer better. I know that obviously there's mechanisms for people to file their complaint with us, and if those same 6 people had filed a complaint, we're addressing it through our customer care agents. If they haven't, we may be able to reach out to them directly, but I think she might be better able to speak to that process than I can, being in the customer care organization.
Are we talking about customer complaints? I just want to make sure I'm clear on the request.
Yeah, in this docket, there are individual comments filed, at least 6 people complaining about Xcel service. Are you going to address their concern, or is there any process that it can be addressed properly?
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Hom. Chair Stephen, yes, we do address those comments directly. Usually we get those from the Consumer Affairs Office. But whatever comments we receive, we always review those and respond directly to customers where there's information available to contact them.
Not necessarily that what the complaint come to our CEO, but specifically in this docket. I don't know, everybody in Xcel is watching this docket, so somebody watching this docket should communicate with the people who can address this issue. I mean, when people are writing this kind of comments, they're really frustrated. right? People doesn't want to complain and spending their time and effort to file this comment. That means they are really, really frustrated.
No, apologies, Commissioner Hom. No, I was not suggesting that we would wait until they became complaints. No. I know that, for instance, in rate cases, we will often get requests from the Consumer Affairs Office that they've read something that maybe we have not caught. But yes, we will definitely respond to any customer feedback in this proceeding.
Okay, so yeah, you mentioned rate case hearing. So the most recent Xcel, the rate case public hearing at Stillwater, I heard similar concern by 1 or 2 customers. They have a very, very strong opinion against Xcel service quality. They were very concerned with the service they are getting. So I understand we have to do well with the average, but also we need to pay attention to individual concern. If there's any issue, you guys can address.
Sure, Chair Stephen, yes, I actually attended that public hearing. And we do typically have representatives at the hearing so that we can address specific concerns raised by customers in those meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And there, Commissioner Hahn, just because I wasn't totally tracking that, I think that they're contained in the briefing papers or reference, so then Xcel will make sure they follow up with those specific 6 complainants. Is that what you're addressing?
Yeah, I think it was e-filed by individual, and there's individual public comments, and it's in the relevant documents. And also, I think the rate case, same thing. I think there is a ALJ report. So I think that clearly company can follow through with that in addressing that individual issue. But I don't know whether we need the compliance filing. If that's to your question.
I was just asking staff like where they are in the briefing papers, because they're mentioned, I guess, on page 3 of volume 1 and then listed in the relevant document section. So Xcel, I think the main point is we want to make sure you're actually following up with those 6 individual complainants and addressing their concerns. Is that
Madam Chair,
doable?
I'm tracking, yes, and understanding that sometimes customer feedback comes through various channels. I understand what we're looking at here is the 6 public comments that were filed. We'll take that back, see if we caught those comments through other avenues. If not, we will follow up.
You can also read the Star Tribune comment section sometime to find some too, Mr. Conlon, and you might want to follow up with those too. Or there are other means I sort of sometimes see complaints that I'm trying to joke about. It's probably not funny, but okay. So we're kind of like all over here, or from my fault. But now, if we're moving into, should we still keep going in volume 2? And is there discussion about like either the department still prefers decision option 6 as written by staff, but we heard that Xcel prefers Xcel revised 6, and I can't remember why. So first, Xcel, did you understand what the department said, why they preferred 6 over Xcel revised 6, or how do you square that problem of the different metrics that are asked to be done here?
Thanks, Chair Sieben. So we've been really digging into the department's table and trying to understand it. I wanted to first apologize. Assistant Commissioner Lieb mentioned us not consulting with the department. We really only managed to figure out what we think is going on Tuesday, so we felt like we had to get our alternate decision option in. We subsequently reached out to the department and found that they were not happy with our alternate decision option, where our goal had been really, to try to understand what we thought the department was after in creating a simplified table and do that ourselves, but correct some errors that we were finding or that we think are errors in the department's table. We did read the department's supplemental comments. Those addressed some of the questions, but not all of them. And so that we were still finding certain discrepancies in that table that made us feel like we ought to provide a version of that table that we could report against going forward. And those really got into the weeds. They had to do with like outage calls being double counted in some places. I have one of our experts on the line that looked into this if you want to dig into those details. But really just to clarify, our intention was to support the department's goal as we understood it of a simpler table. All of the data comes from an extremely extensive attachment F spreadsheet that has all kinds of data in it. So we support the idea of a simpler table. And our goal was really just to try to present that data as clearly and simply as we can. Our alternate 6 had a table that we thought was a little clearer, but I've since talked to our folks who track the call center response time, who tell me if the department approves and if the department prefers and the commission prefers their table 6, we think we can get that to work as well.
What I'm wondering is if we could just have the department and Xcel meet and come up with the format you want it filed in and you both agree to, and then file it? Or, I mean, like, is that, Dr. Lee, what we need to have happen here?
Chair Steven, that was going to be my suggestion, is maybe give us 30 days.
And then you file it in this docket, what the format is? Is that the way it would work?
I think that's right. I think given sort of the late break of the disagreement here on this issue, it would be better for us to, as Mr. Martin is identifying, it's a little bit weedy, and I think it might be best for us not to try to figure it out live between the two parties here.
I'm in favor of that.
Sounds like a good vegetation management plan. I like the weedy.
Okay, our staff will keep working on suggested language then. So then, between 7, which the department MP and Otter Tail preferred, or department revised 7, I can't remember what we heard in opening comments. Everybody's okay with first 7? Is that right? No, the other one? Either. So I'm not adept enough to be able to choose either, so someone's going to need to help me here. Either one?
I can.
Commissioner Partridge, help, please.
Thank you. So the way I wrote this down, and someone will have to non-verbally tell me if I'm misinterpreting this, is that the utilities were all fine with either original 7 or department revised 7, and the department prefers revised 7. And so it is my understanding that there's consensus on revised 7.
Great, thank you. Dr. Lee, that's, okay. You agree with that?
Yes.
Great. Okay, and then department revised 8 seemed to have consensus, correct? Any questions on that? And, right? And 9 had, or 9 is the one where, no, there's no consensus on 9 because we don't know exactly what the format is that staff's requesting. So instead of a work group, I was also thinking that perhaps our staff could, well, maybe this is the same thing as a work group. Our staff could recommend the documents they need in the Xcel format and then send it to the utilities and let them react. Or I guess I'm looking to our staff, if you would prefer, how would you prefer what the utilities said, that they're not sure what you're asking? What would actually be all the documents that would need to go in that format?
Chair Steven, if you're comfortable with it, we could delegate to the executive secretary to work with the utilities to determine that reporting.
To work with them instead of just issuing like a draft sample and then they respond? Whatever way. Or we could just, okay. Okay, so we'll come back to that language too. I assume everybody's okay with that. Then 10 is, I in reading the docket was looking at the number of disconnections that Xcel has as a result of the number of disconnections we all know for Xcel is pretty high right now. Sally or Ms. McShane, can you please put up the document that you prepared, and then, or Mr. Graham, can you? And then, I thought you said he had it. No? Okay, sorry. The, Ms. McShane pulled, Ms. McShane, can you introduce it maybe? You pulled information from another docket on the amount of disconnections and came up with this.
Yes, Chair Sieben. I pulled data from the cold weather rule reports, particularly the monthly ones. That docket number is YR2 on annual disconnections and also annual arrears. I will send that over to Mr. Graham shortly so you can display it.
So the data is from 2015 to 2025, and the realization here is that we're looking at the service quality data up through 2024. But again, this pulled information from the other docket that showed both or all three utilities disconnections and then their arrearages amounts too, if I'm looking at mine, sorry. And then this sort of led me to work with staff to see if it was a good idea to not give Xcel the temporary waiver of the variance to Minnesota Rule 7820.25 regarding Xcel's remote disconnection. The other utilities don't have this same variant, so they can't remotely disconnect. And I offered this as a decision option because I wanted it to be discussed or the parties to kind of weigh in on it. The benefit of suspending remote disconnection obviously is it's harder to disconnect people now. It's not, I don't think, like a clear-cut way to help people get onto a payment plan though and maintain service. So I don't know if it's the right thing to do at this point or not, but, and there's obviously a cost to Xcel ratepayers if you suspend remote disconnections too. And then when I saw in the record the letter that came in from Mr. Crawford and the other advocates about, you know, maybe we should just cut the late fees and the reconnection fees, that I think is also like something we should discuss, because when you look at Xcel's disconnections, even though you're roughly 10 times bigger than Minnesota Power, you have more disconnections than proportionally than the other utilities. So, and if you can keep scrolling down, Mr. Graham, then again, this data shows the number of arrearages for Xcel's customers, which I'm not really good at math, but it is still higher than 10 times higher than Minnesota Power's, I think, right? Despite being proportionally it's larger, the arrearages are as well. So, Mr. Martin, first, sorry that my decision option came in late, and it might have been a surprise, but we have been giving Xcel a waiver to the rule that requires you to go and, or the company to go and knock on someone's door before you disconnect them. And I think in my read of the record, like, it might be reasonable to just not give you that variance for a year, like the other utilities don't have. But want to give you a chance to respond. And as my colleague, Commissioner Sullivan says, my feet are not in concrete. But I just wanted to get the party's reaction to this, and we'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Sieben. So there's a lot of sort of interwoven issues here, so I'll take a crack at this, and Ms. Howard certainly can as well. First of all, we understand your concern and share your concern, in fact, about the high disconnections. We understand why one lever that you might go to address that is a field visit. We, at the same time, we think that requiring a field visit is sort of a blunt instrument to get at that goal, because what that would do is, first of all, it would, as I mentioned earlier on, it would be 8 times the cost per disconnection or reconnection to do that, right? So the cost would be higher, but the field visits are not very effective contacting people. So a lot of time we would have, there are 2 scenarios. Either we hire a bunch of people to do additional field visits, which increases costs and is not probably very effective to contact people, or we just have much fewer disconnections. Now, and I realize that's in some ways desirable, but what goes along with much fewer disconnections is what we saw a few years ago with dramatically increasing arrears. And what we find about disconnections is that they do give us an opportunity to interact with customers, to sort of offer them a lot of these new flexibilities that we've implemented just last year, and that as I said, are turning the curve. And also, so offer them flexibilities, connect them with energy assistance. We did find in the longer time, the moratorium, when we weren't doing disconnections, that a lot of customers just dropped off the map, stopped talking to the company at all. So we didn't have those contact opportunities. Mm-hmm. So we also see potential disadvantages to reimposing that field visit that might not be that effective at contacting people. It might be effective at reducing disconnections, but with sort of disadvantages that come along with that. And then the last thing I wanted to say is we also really wanted to clarify, you said suspending remote disconnection. We weren't totally clear from your decision option if you were saying deny the variance, so require a field visit, but you can still do the disconnection with AMI. And the reason we wanted to flag that is if we don't do the disconnection with AMI, we can't do the heat and AQI reconnection with AMI. Those 2 things go together. And so we certainly don't want to undermine that program.
I thought that what I was doing in my decision option in discussing it with staff was just not giving you a waiver for the remainder of the year to do remote disconnection. But that
the waiver is, as I read it, the waiver
is not what you're.
It's just a waiver from the requirement to do a field visit. So if that's your intention, if that's all it is, that we think wouldn't necessarily eliminate using AMI.
Right.
But it would.
It would require you to have someone go knock on the door. Essentially, is what I was thinking.
Right, which
and I was thinking it would layer into what you're already doing with all your other steps you take.
I think it could work that way, and I think over 95% of the time, that person going to the door wouldn't contact a customer based on our data from when we used to do this. Yeah. So it's much what we're doing now with IVR, voicemail, text, and email is much more effective at connecting with customers about disconnection, and in many cases, then getting them to call us and set up a payment plan and avoid disconnection.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think your disconnections are proportionally higher than the other utilities?
I don't have a full answer on that. I think that there could be differences in our customer base. In that we do still feel that the main driver of these high disconnections is economic challenges our customers are facing and sort of accumulated arrears from the last several years. Mm-hmm. That's the main. So AMI is not really the driver of disconnections. It's the mechanism we're using, and it does mean that we're disconnecting a few more, these days about 15% of the customers eligible for disconnection. That is more than we were doing under
Before AMI?
before AMI, but it's still not the majority, and it's not like AMI is leading to disconnections. That what's leading to disconnections is the difficulties people are having entering into a payment plan, and all those things we're trying to implement is to make that process easier.
What about the impact of the ICE operation in the Twin Cities? Because I'm concerned that sending your Xcel workers back to people's homes now will scare people and might not result in good outcomes for your customers or the people we care about. So how do you think we should think about that in terms of there's still ICE activity happening in the Twin Cities or around the state for that matter? And if we suspend remote disconnections, I think it makes it easier for you to disconnect more people.
Chair Sieben.
And if you have to roll a truck out to each house, so it's a little complicated about what that impact is for having people knock on people's doors when they don't necessarily want to be contacted or scared right now too by someone showing up to their door in a uniform.
Chair Sieben, I would agree with you there. That, everything I hear is that people are scared to talk to someone who looks official, and obviously we are not in any way like federal agencies, but people might not understand that. So yeah, that could be an argument against having people coming up to your door to ask questions.
I mean, the challenge here, Mr. Martin, is your disconnections after AMI was installed, more than doubled. I mean, they really shot up after we said you could remotely disconnect people. And I understand the argument from the company, we're doing all these things to help people get on a payment plan, but the data isn't really showing that that's working, and it's not. And then it's further exacerbated when it's you're disconnected, then you have to pay a reconnection fee, and then it's harder for people to climb out of debt. So it's not I understand it's not there's not a one easy solution here, but.
Yeah, Chair Sieben, I think so the data isn't showing what we would like it to see, which is fewer disconnections this year than last year. It is showing a much smaller increase from 2024 to 2025 than from 23 to 24.
Yeah, but MP's disconnections are going down, right? And so Otter tails are going up a little bit. So, okay. Well, thank you for your response. Dr. Lieb, and then the other parties that weighed in on this, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Chair Sieben, we originally supported continuing the variance request, recognizing the difference in cost between disconnecting with AMI versus disconnecting with a human. But after seeing that the commission, at least by you submitting the decision option, has an interest in really considering denying the variance request, we had an internal discussion in response to the new decision option, and we looked again at this chart here showing that it really seems to us, at least at first glance, that there is a correlation between the rollout of AMI and the substantial increase in disconnections. And while this is not necessarily causal, it is a striking correlation. And I think at this point, the department is supporting CBIN New 10A for at least 1 year for us to see if not allowing disconnection with AMI helps the company bring these numbers down. If not being able to just click a button and disconnect somebody, really having to send somebody out to speak to the customer creates some sort of incentive or pathway for them to work with the customer to get them on a payment plan. So I think we're supporting, I know we are supporting not granting the variance, and we can revisit this again in a year.
And then what about what Mr. Martin said about how it would impact reconnection? We'd have to make it maybe change the language to make it clear that it only applies to remote disconnection if you do a field visit first, and it doesn't change any other part of the variance or the process, I guess, right?
Chair Stephen, that's correct. And I think the department's reading was that it would still be that you would disconnect through the AMI and reconnect through the AMI, but you would need to have the site visit for the disconnection to happen. And I think adding some language to clarify that would be helpful.
And just because I should know this, but I don't, I'll ask you, the fee that for a reconnection is not tied to the actual cost of service. So just because Xcel says it's going to cost us a lot more to go knock on someone's door and hang a hanger, it doesn't mean that the fee to the customer is going to subsequently go up. That will stay the same.
Chair Stephen, that's our understanding.
People
there
behind
may be...
you are nodding too, that you can't see.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Crawford.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, CUB didn't weigh in on Xcel's request for a variance. That being said, we do support decision option 10A. We've been tracking all of these disconnections for a long period of time. I've gone back personally and compiled and aggregated that data for the past 10 years. 2025, we saw more disconnections carried out in the company's service territory than any point in that past decade, including in 2024, which was the highest that we had seen at that point. I haven't gone past that decade, but I wouldn't be too surprised if 2025 is the highest we've ever seen in the company's history. I think part of that is the use of AMI to kind of carry out these disconnections at a much faster rate. And I know the company has previously suggested that that could levelize out over time as customers become familiar with AMI. We haven't seen that materialize. I'm not sure we ever will, because if customers can't afford their bills, then utilizing AMI or becoming familiar with it is not going to bring those disconnections down. So we do support decision option 10A and the way that the department framed it as well. I think it'll be useful to kind of understand the impact of denying that variance while having all of the other agreements that we had worked out with Xcel in the previous variance request regarding minimum amounts prior to disconnection, payment arrangements, things like that as well.
Mr. Crawford, one side, just trying to understand a little bit, because I don't like these numbers. Anybody doesn't. I mean, that to me, it's a symptom of the times and not AMI. What would be your response to the fact that what Xcel just said is that because we can remotely disconnect, hardly ever go there, we're going to talk to anybody, okay? Now, I've door knocked my life. It's less, it's about 50% usually at the doors. Maybe it's changed because it's been a while since I door knocked. But what I think they did say is that the disconnect is the point at which we're able to engage the customer. Okay, it's a pretty hard disconnect. I guess I got a little tough love maybe, but what they're doing is we've disconnected, and that's the chance that we get to plug in them into all the services that we can provide, that we want to provide. Do you agree with that or disagree with that? I mean, to me, there's an argument to say, let's let them disconnect because it's going to drive people that need the affordability programs into those affordability programs. And then by reducing bad debt and reducing the cost to other ratepayers. That's the other thing that I can worry about in the rate case is bad debt, and then paying for someone to drive out to a place that they're going to, I would say 50% of the time, see somebody that produces no result. Very rarely that I got a sign in somebody's yard, so I could agree with you, maybe only 1% I'm going to get actual something happening with that visit versus when the disconnect happens. That's when the activity begins and somebody's calling me up on the phone and saying, help me, and then they can provide services. I'm trying to weigh that, and so I'm struggling with it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think there's a very big difference between having a disconnection notice versus actually disconnecting the customer. I think we want to be doing, or the company should be doing, everything in their power to reach that customer prior to the actual disconnection in order to get them into programs and get them assistance as soon as possible so a disconnection doesn't actually occur. there are a lot of health and safety issues that happen when a customer does not have electricity or gas service. We want to mitigate and bring down any chance of that happening. And that needs to take place before that disconnection occurs. And we worked with worked with the company to implement changes kind of over the past couple of years. In the rate case, as Chair Stephen mentioned, we're pushing for the elimination of various reconnection fees, late payment fees that we don't feel are, helping customers in any way, and they're punitive in a manner. To the question regarding actually doing that in-person visit, we had this conversation previously in the last service quality docket. It is a chance for customers to have kind of a final point of contact with the company, and that was taken away in favor of doing a final voicemail, which might not come in time for the customer to respond. It might be a voicemail and an immediate AMI disconnection or something like that. And I think we have concerns there where the kind of existing processes that are in place might not be sufficient in order to mitigate those disconnections to the extent possible. So I hope that answers some of your questions, and happy to answer any follow-ups as well.
Is that what we expect from MP in Otter Tail right now? They actually physically do a visit, leave a card saying, we're about to disconnect you, better contact us ASAP. Is that what we're doing for Otter Tail and MP? Is that what you guys do? Or because you got AMI too, so I assume you can you're remotely shutting off, but you're not running a truck out there to shut the electricity off. It's remotely shut off. But are you making a visit? And
You don't have to talk to people, though. You can leave a hanger, correct?
That's what I asked. I mean, that's the protocol is you still, somebody physically goes to the residence and knocks on the door. If no one's there, they hang and say, you're about to be shut off, better contact us.
Mr. Rodin.
Yeah, Commissioner Tuma, Chair Stephen, that is correct. We attempt to make contact. We do roll a truck out for every disconnection and knock on the door, try to make contact, as well as all of these other methods that attempt at the same time. We progress through all of those things, and the final one is the door knock. If nobody's home, we do leave a hanger, identifying who they need to call, what are the options for reconnection and everything else. For the homes that do have AMI and the capable of remote shutoff, we do utilize that because it is a lot cheaper in order to do that, to disconnect, than to roll a truck out and to physically turn them off. And it enables us to turn on the power again for the customers for reconnection a lot quicker. So we do utilize that for the customers that have that. That's not widespread across our territory right now. That is something that will come with more advancements in the AMI 2.0 meters that we're installing.
In Otter Tail, is that the same process you use, or?
Commissioner Tuma, Chair Stephen, that is correct. We do that same process. We go through the process, and kind of the last effort is to make a personal visit. If we do not make contact, we do leave material there letting them know that they are, soon going to be disconnected. And then we do also do the remote disconnect because it does also, as indicated by Minnesota Power, speed up the reconnect process. So, yep.
And I think, Commissioner Tuma, our staff came up with a new 10A that I'll read, which would be deny Xcel Energy's request for temporary extension of the variance to Minnesota Rule 7820.2500, continuing to allow for AMI-initiated disconnection and reconnection. And we can put that on the screen later, too. I was wondering when we get there, but I was wondering if Mr. Shardlow or the OAG or someone else who has weighed in on disconnections in the past wanted to speak to this. You're not obligated, but you're welcome to. Please state your name, Mr. Shardlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. George Shardlow with the Energy Sense Coalition. So I take your point, Commissioner Tuma, and I take Xcel's point that sometimes the receipt of a disconnect notice moves a conversation in some instances. I think that was the premise going back to the 2023 SQR, that disconnection can be disconnection prevention. I think what AMI has done is it's radically increased the efficiency and the scale at which disconnections can happen. So the question is, are we taking as given then that the disconnection preventions are increasing with equal scale? You know, as we're a Xcel service provider, in addition to advocate, we're always looking to innovate. And there are, to that point, a lot of conversations that, to the company's credit, they're participating in good faith about other eligibility pathways and things like that. Those are long burn, longer range conversations trying to catch up with the increase in disconnection efficiency that AMI offers. ECC would be open to this in part because of what's happening. I mean, we're always worried about disconnection notices being followed up by eviction notices. I think particularly in this circumstance when some of our neighbors don't feel safe walking down the street, we know that the company's a good faith partner in trying to push back against this, but I know I and my staff are deeply, deeply concerned about what May 1st looks like this year in particular, when those cold weather rule protections end for the year. And so I think one way, I'll just offer that as the framework that I use to think about these things is, are the efficiency and scales of the prevention mechanisms increasing commensurate to the increase in disconnection?
Thank you, Chair Stephen, for the opportunity to speak on this issue. And like ECC, we didn't weigh on it in this docket, but we do weigh in on disconnection issues regularly. And appreciate your offering option 10A to have this conversation. I think at the outset, I'd like to just agree that it's not an easy decision. I think you're right that having this conversation is helpful because there is a cost shift to other residential customers. At the same time, I think one of the things I've been doing, you'll have a docket in front of you someday regarding Dakota's request for this. So I've been thinking about this issue a lot. And looking at the rule that is to be varied, so 7820, 2500, and then looking at the rule variance. And one thing that I've been thinking about is the policy that I see behind the rule 7820, 2500. And that's the rule that requires a site visit. It doesn't require, remote disconnection, actually checking off the meter, but it does require that someone from the utility go out and try to make contact. And there's really specific language in that rule about if it's a building containing 2 or more dwellings, the representative of the utility has to make a personal visit to the door of the customer dwelling. And there's several other provisions related to that. And what I see here is that this rule has a recognition that contacting the account holder might not always be the best way to contact someone at the premises who is going to be impacted by the shutoff. And so we know that there's an account holder, sometimes that's a roommate, sometimes, that could be an estranged spouse. There's a lot of situations where people will be impacted who really don't have insight into the notification methods that they might be getting from Xcel's, other methods. So that's something I've been thinking about.
But does that apply, Ms. Hinnerly? Let me ask then, like if a bill is going to a building owner, for example, and then we suspend the waiver that they have to notify, knock on someone like a duplex, for example, then they wouldn't be providing, more likely that the actual person who's going to get disconnected would get that contact that they need, that they might not be getting through an email or a text notification, correct?
Right, so say it's a situation where a landlord is including the cost of electricity and rent.
Mhm.
That, in that case, the landlord's gonna be getting the bill, not simply the tenant. Now, I don't know what kind of insight that, Xcel has into what the relationship is, but, whether it's an LLC landlord, whether it's an individual landlord, but that would be another situation in addition to my roommate, estranged spouse, sibling who's not very responsible. There's kind of countless examples. But one thing that I really been looking at is just the variance rule requirement. And so that's in 7829 3200, and that actually derives pretty directly from the statutory requirement for rule variances in Chapter 14, which I was looking at this morning. And so I think the one thing that I get stuck on is there's 3 parts to a rule variance, and it's an and. So you have to show all 3 parts. And I get really stuck on just part A, which is that enforcement of the rule would impose an excessive burden upon the applicant or others affected by the rule. And so I think when we were first having these conversations, things were a little pandemic-y. There were some thoughts, that there might be an excessive burden. But when we sit here today, we have 2 utilities that are doing site visits, Minnesota Power and Otter. They have very dispersed service territories, and they are still doing these site visits. And so I have a hard time thinking like, okay, well, the costs, there are increased costs from doing them, but is that really an excessive burden? Because that's the language that's in the rule. And then, that aside, if we get down to B, we get to granting the variance would not adversely affect the public interest. And that's, I think, where we get into those disconnection numbers, where we just see really negative impacts to the number of disconnections. And I appreciate that, that's probably just due to people to Xcel not having the resources to go out and disconnect them. But then we also look at the arrearages, and they're not getting better because the disconnections are going up. So I think with those 2 parts together, I'm just really stuck on, I think it's time to take a pause, and we need to really reconsider whether remote reconnection is in the public interest. And even if we do that, I think we still have to deal with the fact that we have a rule on the books that really indicates that going to the location and attempting to notify people at the location, whether or not they're there, the door hanger, that's shocking when you get back to your house and you find that door hanger. So I think we need to maybe take a step back, take a pause. Chair Sieben, I really appreciate you flagging this.
Another question I thought about is, it's already, I'm so glad January's over. It's February. But what would this take effect? Unless it'd have to take effect when our order comes out, which will be probably, our staff hates when I ask this live, will be a month or so. And then it's already mid-March, we're getting close to the end of cold weather season anyway. And then the variance too, just to be clear, the way I understand it, it's just for a year. It's only till we take this up again, or I don't know if it is till the end of the year automatically, or if it's till we take this up again. Does anybody know? We can ask, or we can. Does anybody know?
Take it up again, yeah.
Until we take it, we're not granting the variance until we change that decision to not grant the variance. Is that right, Ms. Sanderly?
Yeah, Chair Stevens, since this is a variance, my understanding is that Xcel would have to come back and request a variance in order for it to be reinstated. Now, I'm guessing they'll probably do that, but so when the order comes out, I'm not quite sure when the date of the previous variance for how long that would expire automatically after a year from the previous variance authorization, is my understanding. So whatever a year from when you last granted the variance, I think that would be the date that they would have to continue doing site visits again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other buddy want to comment on this or question? Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. I don't think we need a new decision option, but one thing I wanted to bring up that I would like for the company to potentially include some more information on is that, and of course I lost my page, but my recollection is that about 3/5 of the customers who were involuntarily disconnected received or were reconnected within 24 hours. And so it does seem like for that chunk, which is, let's say, about 30,000 customers, those customers were, got the disconnection, it happened, and they somewhat immediately contacted Xcel took whatever action, maybe signed up for a payment plan, paid in full, whatever it might be, and then were reconnected. And then for the other 2/5 that didn't happen. And I have been really curious to learn more about those other 2/5 of customers. And I think this fits into the conversation here, which is, just learning from this. I think I'm supportive of Chair Siebens' decision option here. And I think of it as an opportunity to also learn about the different options that we're seeing. I do recognize the different utility territories have different economic pressures. And so this would be an opportunity for us to learn about what's happening in the Twin Cities and what works best here, how customers respond to these two different ways of going about collecting payment and disconnection. So I think this may not be super clear, but I want to see a comparison of how many customers are getting reconnected within 24 hours if the variance is not granted, and then some additional information about those folks who were not able to be reconnected within 24 hours and how long it took and how they were eventually, hopefully, reconnected. And then a comparison for next year of, how many folks were reconnected within 24 hours, how many weren't, and some information about what happened with those folks that weren't reconnected within 24 hours. Does that make sense?
Mr. Martin.
Thanks, Commissioner Partridge. I think that all makes sense. That's data that I'm sure we can provide. I might defer to Ms. Howard if she wants to speak to, what's going on for those that are not connected in 24 hours. It might be that they're not calling us in the first 24 hours. It might be other things. And then also if she wants to speak to some of the other effects that she expects would happen if we were to be required to re-begin the site visits.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. So this is something that I think about all the time. We talk about this internally a lot as far as what other things can we be doing. You'll note that in rate cases we have discussed this RAMP program that we proposed that's very similar to the one we run in Colorado, where we would have an active opportunity to help customers deal with those arrears that lead to disconnections. And get them, involved right when cold weather rule is ending. And so we think that's another thing that we believe wholeheartedly would have significant impact on disconnections, number one. I would say, aside from that, we've also made a lot of proposals, and I think Mr. Shardlow did allude to that, around how we get more customers enrolled in beneficial programs that will also lead to lower arrears and more security around service. So in the same way that Mr. Shardlow is talking about it, that's the way I look at these things, is what can we be doing differently that mitigates the root cause of this issue? I would also say that, the implementation of our AMI was right on the heels of the COVID moratorium, where we saw arrears balances just skyrocket by 50%. And I would say that we are still trying to unravel the impacts of that. When you see customers with higher arrears, in addition to current economic factors, I always go back to that because we haven't seen things return to what I would consider pre-moratorium COVID conditions. We haven't. So my concern is that we need customers to engage with us, and I'm definitely looking for more opportunities to do that. Some of the things we've discussed in prior filings for this proceeding, we did hire some Red Truck staff. We are ready to get out into the community more so and attend events, hand out applications for assistance, educate customers on what's available to them. We're also starting to get into doctors' offices for the same purpose. We've been piloting that in Colorado, and we're definitely, we have this down now. We're ready to kick this off in full gear. What I'm trying to get at is that there's a lot of options for things that we can do, but if you decrease the customer contact, which I believe would happen in this case, it will lead to higher arrears. It will lead to more difficulties for customers to catch up, not less. And I see that as a poor outcome for customers. That's just my thought process on it. We obviously want to do whatever it takes to try and make the situation better, but those are just my thoughts initially.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think we are making a lot of assumption and conjecture and making conclusion. I think we do not have enough data in here to make any complaint about AMI is causing it. It is just a simple correlation, possibly. And also there is a coincidence that, as Xcel mentioned, that yes, COVID, post-COVID, and AMI installation is about the same time. So that's why we have to discuss a lot to get that causality, what is causing it. But while we are discussing this, customers are getting pain of disconnection. So I think we need to more focus on how to improve that disconnection rather than focusing on blaming technology or other things. Hopefully we can focus on something that we can do today, more practical way to bring it down. So I don't know, we had this discussion, and I think I don't know which docket, whether Xcel Energy or any community groups actually proactively engaging people at the church, community event, informing people about what is their option. That's why one thing I was suggesting before was creating websites so they don't have to deal with the people. Sometimes it's difficult to deal with the people. They can do it. Can we find that? So for conclusion, I can support this with not blaming AMI at this point, but we need to find whether AMI is causing it. And also whether disconnection is helping or not helping the bad debt. I think we need to do more focus study on that portion because this data is too big. I don't think we can nail down that impact. For example, after disconnection, are you disconnecting again, same customer repeatedly, then they have an income problem. There is no way you can help if somebody doesn't have a job. But also if that person coming back and paying off that, then yeah, it is working. I think before we make any judgment whether it's going to work or not, because disconnection is helping or not, I don't see that either. So I hope that if you want to make that decision that disconnection is helping, lowering bad debt, I need to see the data. More focused study. And if you want to blame AMI, also we need to compare with the 2007, 2008 housing bubble burst. We have a huge economic shock. We can compare post-2007, 2008 housing bubble. What happened? How fast can we bring it down? If we cannot bring it down as fast as at that time, maybe AMIs don't want to be blamed. So I think we need to more discussion on that one. But given the data as it is, I can support your motion with it as it revised. But I hope we do not make any judgment call yet on whether this connection is helping bring down the debt. That's one thing. And then don't blame AMI yet without knowing more data to make sure that whether AMI is actually causing it.
I think that's an interesting way to think about it, Commissioner Hom. I was thinking about it as if we grant the waiver, it's not necessarily, I think the data is pretty clear, like it went up after AMI was installed, but still, by granting the waiver, Xcel, and to Ms. Howard's point, like, just has one more opportunity to try to contact customers. You can still do all the things you're doing now electronically. We are just saying an additional way to contact people is to knock on their door before you do the remote disconnection. That's the way I'm thinking about the granting the waiver. So,
No, I think we are trying to not to grant the waiver. That means Xcel will have one additional contact with the customer, right?
mm-hmm.
Because now you are required to do in-person visit in addition to whatever you are doing. So I think your motion will give one additional option. So hopefully that one additional option can save some people's disconnection. So I think that's what you are trying to do. So yeah, I agree with you that we have to try everything.
Mm-hmm.
But also I think Commissioner Tuma had a concern that there is a potential shift in the cost to the other customer class. That's why we are more careful trying to do. So I think rather than we rushing making a judgment, I think this adding additional visit, I don't know whether it's going to increase a lot of cost for now, even though there is some costs associated. But also I think we need to proactively find a way to inform people that before they get into trouble, they can make arrangement with Xcel and they can stay on. I think to me that's a more practical answer, but that's not this docket. So.
And Ms. Howard, if the commission moves forward with this version of CBIN New 10, will you just commit to working with Ms. Tome and CAO on any additional door hanger language, which you do anyway, I think?
Chair Stephen, yes, we did work with her extensively. We've changed it around to make sure that there are more languages available on the door knocker, the door hanger specifically. We have a QR code, and of course we have the language line when customers do contact us. Mm-hmm. That's not something that our folks in the field have at this point, but as I believe Mr. Martin already explained, we're only seeing about 4.5% of the time that we're actually reaching someone at the door. So I don't think that's probably as big an issue.
But you still if we require you to do a visit to someone's home, then you're going to be leaving a lot more material than you do now. So I'm just saying that that material needs to be looked at by Ms. Tome before proceeding with that. And I think,
Chair Stephen, she did actually review it this last year when we made changes, and we do leave that information at the door anytime we make a visit.
Okay. Commissioner Hump.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Also, request, I think my two experience, Xcel came to my house to replace my meters. Both cases, it was your contractor. They didn't wear anything indicating Xcel. They only had a badge. And then also their truck wasn't an Xcel truck. It was their private truck or their company's truck. So if this visit will happen, who will be out there?
Commissioner Hum, Chair Stephen, I'm not sure who will actually be there. Again, these are not personnel we currently have. So we will need to make some hiring, and I'm not sure who that will be.
So even if you are hiring somebody on the contract, I hope there is some clear indication these are the Xcel employee, and rather than just sending people with only a badge, you cannot see it from inside of the house.
Commissioner Hum, Chair Stephen, I would assume that there's something identifying, but they may not be an Xcel Energy employee. So, but I'll double check. I'm sure that there's a way that they identify themselves. And if they did not do that in the case of exchanging your meter with our meter installation vendor, I will definitely bring that to our team's attention.
No, I'm not complaining about it. They hang the tags. I know the routine, but we have a different circumstance today. So that's why we need to frighten people. So that's why they may not react to you, but that's okay. But meantime, when you are in the house, you'll be frightened. Somebody totally stranger approaching your house. So that's why we have to worry about those emotional status of those people who may have some scary moments.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, appreciate that line of questioning. And what we can commit to today is understanding potentially the direction we're headed here. We commit to filing a compliance filing with how we plan to staff that. Just, we understand the concern you're flagging, and we certainly don't want to cause undue fear for customers in that situation.
So if we're still moving through the decision options, then DOC and would we do 12? Sorry, I'm not reading this fast enough. Yes, we still need 12, right? And Xcel was okay with that. And then 13 is good. And then 14, Xcel, did you say, I don't understand this language from the department about how Xcel would reach out to a customer's medical provider and how I don't understand how the medical provider would be willing to give Xcel customer information about health data. But Xcel, did you comment on 14?
Madam Chair, we did comment on.
What did you say? You support it or not?
We did not support it.
For that reason, that it doesn't make sense to try to get people's health data from their medical provider?
Madam Chair, that would be correct.
Dr. Lieb, sorry, I don't mean to sound chippy there, but I don't understand how this would work.
Chair Sieben, I think the intent of the decision option would be that a customer could sign some sort of medical release form for the medical provider to confirm the medically necessary service with the company.
Do you think you could work with our CAO? Because oftentimes in these situations, CAO can obtain that information and then work with the utility to get it. I just don't think this way is going to work.
We'd be happy to work with the CAO. I think the intention is to make it to relieve the burden for the customer if the medical provider is able to do it more effectively. So we're happy to talk to CAO.
And I'm sure there are people who it's difficult for them to sign that waiver themselves and those sorts of things. So I appreciate the intent and we want to make that work. I just think this needs a little more language work before we can require Xcel to do that. So we'll skip that for now, but with good intention that you'll work it out. Then I think we're good for 15, or no. Is Xcel okay with 15? And the DOC said they were agnostic on a third-party evaluator's work. When I was reading the briefing papers, and maybe this is for Ms. McConnell, you just want Xcel to include you in your stakeholder work on this topic. Is that correct, Ms. McConnell, what you're requesting?
Chair, thanks for the question. Yes, that's what we're requesting. And this was part of the prior order in 2427, order point 46, that Xcel had to engage interested stakeholders to collaborate with the third-party evaluator. We have not had any outreach from Xcel on that, and our organizations have been very interested for a long time. So we just want to kind of affirm that that is something that it's going to happen.
So we're going to require you again, Mr. Conlon? Or we're going to ask you again to work with our third party or with a stakeholder group here? What's wrong?
Sure.
But you said you support that. So
Chair Stephen, yes, we don't have any problem with this. The third-party evaluator, 3Cubed, is working now. They're starting to interview stakeholders on the affordability or disconnection disparity side, and we have no problem with making sure they interview ELPC and its other partners on the distribution side.
That were all listed on that letter. Okay, great. And Commissioner Partridge.
Is this, I just didn't understand that from the decision option language. Is that clear? It says to include stakeholder groups in any outreach to your third-party evaluator?
Yeah.
But you just want, as I understand it, Ms. McConnell just wants these three organizations to be included as interviewees in the third-party evaluation?
That is a very good point. Commissioner Partridge, we'll ask staff to fix that language on our break too, if that's okay, for the intent they asked in the letter and that was in our.
Okay.
Is that?
Yes, that sounds good. Ms. McConnell, is that correct, what I just said?
Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's correct. We didn't realize interviewing specifically was part of the process, but we just want to be kind of included in whatever that outreach is. So if it's an interview, that's great.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And then everyone was okay with 16A. And then Ms. McConnell, your organization requested B, C, D, and E. That's correct? And our staff thought...
Chair, that is not...
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. We didn't, actually. Those were raised, I believe, in the work group by other organizations. So we support A, but it was not... We were not the ones who requested the other data points.
Ms. McShane, who should I ask if they want to speak to B, C, D, and E?
Chair Sieben, I believe that the main group that requested those is Fresh Energy, who's not here today.
Okay, well, we'll skip that for now because we're getting to the 3 o'clock hour. Then 17, commissioners, are you clear on, oh no, we haven't had the BOMA discussion yet. Does anybody need a break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And is 5 minutes enough? Yes. Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes and come back. we'll come back from our recess and discuss the BOMA new decision option. My understanding is that there's already a different docket that's related to residential customers that BOMA is now requesting. I think that is the docket that's listed here, 25-341. They want to expand it to include commercial and industrial customers, and then these specific things that are outlined here. So first, can we hear from Xcel about your overall impressions on the BOMA issue and how you propose, if not this way, you propose to handle their complaints that you said, I think in the opening, that they're not responding to requests to meet?
Thanks, Chair Sieben. So I think I'd split that into two questions. The decision option 17, BOMA 17 is written, would require us not to do anything with respect to BOMA, but to report on C&I customers generally, billing errors. And so this is exactly what we're doing for residential billing errors in that docket that you mentioned. We could report these same things for C&I customers. For the second question about what are we doing for BOMA, we talked to our folks who have interacted with these customers. As I mentioned, BOMA has not been willing to identify the BOMA members having problems to us, so it's been a lot more difficult. We have, I understand from our staff, we have actually done a lot of work on our own to identify those folks, proactively address their billing issues. When individual BOMA members approach us as themselves the customer, then of course we can work on their issues, and we've been proactive in that. I understand even that we have a bi-weekly meeting that's sort of trying to address some of these issues proactively. So BOMA has not been helpful in this process of getting their members' issues resolved, but we are proactively working on that, and we would continue to do that regardless of decision option 17, which is really just a separate reporting thing.
How are you going to report the billing errors if you don't have the names of the companies that had the billing errors?
Well, my understanding of 17, it doesn't say BOMA members. It says commercial and industrial customers. So we would be pulling together data on billing errors and the other questions here for C&I customers as a group. That's what we would be reporting. But you're right, we would not be able to do this for BOMA members because they haven't shared that with us.
Yeah, two separate issues. I'll look to BOMA on this. I mean, they're wanting to engage, I believe, and I'll ask them about this, but they're wanting to engage you on the overall lack of service for commercial customers, their general clientele. And that's their right to do that and seek a better result in the rate case and for customers in general. It's a separate issue that a specific member of BOMA might have had bad service. And I can understand the frustration about not being able to address that particular problem. But it's not really their job to make that interconnection. At least their job is, right now, at least what they were assigned to do was improve service quality for our customer class. And so this is what they've come up with, the idea to do that. So
if that's the goal, then I agree this does this. My understanding of their initial comments was they wanted to improve service for BOMA members.
Okay, so BOMA, I mean, what's your goal? I mean, I respect your right to participate. We want people to participate, so you're welcome to participate in the rate case and everything, but we also want to make sure your members get service. So what do you view your role as? I mean, I find it somewhat disconcerting that you're not trying to help out. And maybe it's a way you just separate that as a separate thing your members need to be taken care of. And your assignment from your members was go and get in the Xcel rate case and make our lives better with that. So help me out and understand and respond to they're saying you're not being cooperative.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, and I'm trying to speak up for the folks online. I appreciate that question. I think there might be two prongs to our approach, and there may be some misunderstanding here. BOMA's not trying to be obstinate or unhelpful in any way. BOMA members individually have reached out to Xcel and found that the responses have been inadequate and there's not been a resolution of their issues. So the members came together, talked to BOMA as an organization about representing what these issues are within this docket and the rate case docket, because they weren't seeing resolution on in an individual capacity. So it was important for us to raise what those individual concerns were, because they were pretty egregious, they were alarming, and there wasn't resolution on them. And one of our ideas was to come into these dockets as BOMA, the member organization, rather than on behalf of individual members, and try to find a solution to kind of increase perhaps accountability or make a clear path forward for what steps were going to be taken, so that members could see resolution to these issues. I understood from the company's opening statement that there's been progress in the residential docket, so it seems like this could be a strong path forward to see progress for commercial customers such as BOMA members.
So it is twofold. I mean, I would hope that your members would find reaching out to Xcel if they're having individual problems. That's what we have CIO for. If you want to inject in that and help out with that, we're happy. CIO is not just there for residential customers. The bulk of their work is going to be residential customers. But they're also there for commercial customers. I've had friends who said, I have a problem with Xcel. I don't go fix it. I call Ann Tom and her team and say, can you do something here? And in the cases that I've had, a couple of them, they did. They did reach resolution that was satisfactory to a commercial customer. One of them was in probably one of your members. I won't name names, but they were in Minneapolis, and it was a Minneapolis situation. It was an interconnection, a connection problem. And so I'm hoping that BOMA sees CIO and will work with CIO and work with Xcel to resolve individual customer problems. But you have a right to participate, I think, in these dockets, representing your clientele as more of a collective, and that's perfectly fine. So I'm not discounting for it, but I would hope that you would work with your customers to reach out, work with CIO, work with Xcel to resolve some of those issues.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, absolutely understand that and appreciate that. I think we understand that, or hopefully both things can occur, which I think I am understanding you're saying. So I think we're on the same page about that.
I think we are, and I just want to make sure we were, so thanks.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So I am the chair of the consumer subcommittee that initiated the investigation on the residential side. And this topic, this issue did come up in our conversations around that. And I do want to press on you a little bit, Ms. Foray, that one of the reasons we're able to have a really robust and successful investigation on the residential side is because residential customers came forward and shared their experience and detailed what was happening. And so we were able to see a pattern of issues that initiated an investigation and also allowed for the company to see where the problems are and where the breakdowns are more globally across their billing system for residential customers. I fully respect that especially large commercial customers do not want their energy usage data to become public. There is a way for you to provide that data privately, through a docket or otherwise, but by not coming forward and providing examples of specific customer issues that have come to be and how the customer service experience broke down, it's very challenging and I would argue potentially impossible for us to get to the bottom of that and to solve the problem. And so to the extent that your members are not willing to participate in the investigation, I personally don't think you should expect great results. I think you're going to need to have members, they can file things trade secret if there's information on energy usage data, but they're going to need to provide some information about what they're experiencing in order for us to be able to really help. And so, you know, we can do this broader look, and Xcel can look at broad trends and data, and maybe that would be helpful, and perhaps some of the work that's being done on the residential side will flow through to improve service and billing accuracy on the commercial side. But I really encourage you to have your members share the issues that they are experiencing, and doing that in a, you know, anonymized way or under trade secret protection, if that's what makes sense for that particular type of data and information, is fine, but just not disclosing what's happening is not going to lead to a successful investigation.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I certainly understand and appreciate what you're saying, and I think from what we were hearing from BOMA members was a lot of frustration because they felt like they'd raised these issues a lot directly to the company and weren't seeing results. I feel like there might be a gap for members where there's speaking directly to the company versus speaking to the consumer advocate's office, and maybe that's something we need to help bridge. We're hopeful that might be something we can work on with members. We're also hopeful that the company has information generally about commercial customers that would be helpful in figuring out internal systems to address these issues. But absolutely understand what you're saying and taking that on board to take back to our members.
Okay, so just to put a finer point on it, if we were to go with decision option 17, your members need to provide information to help us find a productive, successful outcome. Otherwise, this may be all for nothing. Okay?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, understand that, absolutely.
I appreciate that line of question, but, and I don't think that the decision option language might be quite right, but I think what I'm hearing from BOMA is like, how can they help get their members' issues resolved?
Yeah.
And by going to Xcel now individually, it's not working.
Right.
And so I hear that, like, we need more specific information from BOMA members to, like, find patterns. But I think it's also incumbent on us to set up a process by either expanding this docket or starting a new one.
Yeah.
In some other way so that we can still help the members get resolution. And maybe that's what you were saying, but I'm not getting help enough from like what they wrote versus what our staff was saying versus what you're thinking, Commissioner Partridge. So help me out.
So, Chair Sieben, I think I support their new decision option 17, and I think that BOMA also engaged through the rate case, if I remember, but at that point, they weren't able or weren't willing to provide information about specifics about the specific customers or what the specific issues are. So I'm just saying, I think I support the decision option 17, and I want to fix and be helpful in fixing and addressing the issues of BOMA members. And I'm just really encouraging them to work through BOMA to provide information that we can start to see patterns and understand what the issues those members are seeing more globally. And I know that Ms. Foray, I believe you work for Stoll Reeves, so you are very familiar with how to engage with the PUC and how to protect customer data, but providing some more specific information that we can use to kind of probe at this investigation would be really helpful and allow us to go further and hopefully fix those issues.
That's helpful. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. For Xcel. So when this commercial industrial customer file complaint, on their bill, do you issue any case number?
Commissioner Hom, I don't know the internal process. This is usually handled either by a managed accounts team or, and I think primarily by managed accounts if they're large enough. So I don't know the process. I do think, as we do on the residential side, we have those kind of tracking systems. My understanding is when individual BOMA members have reached out to us, we now have an immediate escalation of that because we know this has been a concern. We have a team that meets biweekly to discuss those issues. So we've instituted some formal processes when the individual members have brought us their concerns.
So without case number, how will you track those issues?
There may be a case number. I don't have the knowledge personally to know exactly how our managed accounts team tracks them, but I would guess a case number or something like that, yeah.
I hope you have a case number, and if you have a case number, I don't know whether you need to rely on BOMA to resolve the issue. You can have a list of the case, and which is not resolved, and then you can ask BOMA, identify which case is your case, rather than asking them to prove they have a problem.
Commissioner Hom, I'm sorry, just to clarify, we're not asking them to prove they have a problem. We in the initial comments that were filed in this docket in the rate case, they filed a letter with sort of generalized problems, but not identifying which Xcel customers or BOMA members had that issue, and sort of reiterating some things that had already been resolved and so on. So like the initial letter didn't help us to, it just like laid out problems, but it didn't help us to know like, okay, which customer can we approach to fix that problem? That's all I'm saying. And we are doing that.
No, I mean, that's why you just providing case number and ask them which case is not resolved under your BOMA members. I think that to me, if you are proactively trying to resolve that issue, there are many different ways to do it, rather than saying that BOMA is not working with you.
I think we have, our team has tried to be creative in doing their own detective work to identify BOMA members, look into their files, see, so like, since we weren't getting that kind of help from BOMA, we actually did a lot of our own of like basically trying to do the detective work to figure out which members might be having problems. So a fair amount of that has happened.
Okay. I hope you are working on it.
I think it's also interesting to think about the commercial industrial customers being called on for more demand response during Winter Storm Fern. And that's not connected to this docket, but that's where my mind goes. Like, oh, I wish we could also hear like how many actually were called and helped. But that's another issue. Commissioner Tuma.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I was laughing at your curiosity because I had the same one.
We're always thinking about rates, right? Okay. Are we good on anything else on that topic? And then what's the next topic, Commissioner Partridge, please?
I think the last item that we haven't touched on is the letter that was filed by Cub, Energy Sense, and LSAP, if I've got the organizations right. And there were two new decision options, and two of them are related to the disconnections and reconnections during extreme heat events. And I think that's the last one on my mental list.
Mr. Crawford.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, I do want to circle back. There was the request to expand investigation for some of the other issues as well for residential customers that we had mentioned earlier. You'd requested that we come up with a proposed decision option language. Carol sent that to staff as well, if you would like to visit that issue.
Does someone have that?
It does.
Could we have the Cub read out the language for us? I can't read it personally from here.
Yeah, Mr. Crawford, can you tell us what this is doing again, too?
Commissioners, Chair Sieben, if I may.
Mhm.
Olivia Carroll, good late afternoon for the Minnesota Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota. Yes, CUB and Legal Services Advocacy Project had submitted a filing in this docket in the supplemental comment period a couple weeks prior to the supplemental comment period deadline, and had raised a couple sort of different buckets of customer service and communications issues we had seen and heard from Xcel customers in sort of the months leading up to this docket. And it was largely in response to what we heard from BOMA's request, which was for a broader investigation into some of the failings that it sounds like coming from Xcel's customer service department, and sort of in the vein of a more systemic and broader issue maybe than just, these specific individual instances. And so we had filed that in the supplemental comment period, like I said, but it was a few weeks before the deadline, and I don't believe the company or the Department of Commerce really had probably much of a chance to respond. And so what this decision option is doing is requesting that Xcel submit a compliance filing within 60 days of the Commission's order in this docket, in the current docket that is investigating those billing errors. That would give them an opportunity to respond to some of the issues that we had raised in that supplemental filing. And sort of in the interest of looking at those issues and whether there is a need for a larger potential third-party investigation into what's happening with the customer service department.
We need the staff to display your September 22nd filing. I don't know what we're doing here. Or what and I don't think I'm the only one that doesn't.
I can't find it in my iPad.
I believe it was in volume 3 of the briefing papers briefly mentioned. And I'm happy to sort of give a high-level overview of the main buckets of issues we had identified.
Yeah.
So sort of the first bucket was related to information that customers were receiving when calling about issues related to trying to get into a payment plan. And so, recognizing that a lot of the conversation we've been having this afternoon already, and the fact that in 2024, Xcel's customer complaint numbers were quite high, 74% of which were related to billing, as well as the credit department issues. And 88% of those were related to credit issues that were focused on disconnection and reconnection payment plans. So, a lot of issues we're hearing from customers related to that. In anecdotal information we received from our outreach team that does a lot of work on the ground, hearing from customers, we received a handful of complaints referring to folks who were having trouble forwarding their bills and having trouble getting onto payment plans that they could afford when asking to be escalated to management to be able to negotiate a lower payment plan that they could afford, having to call back multiple times and speak to multiple representatives before being able to negotiate that payment plan. A lot of times if they said they couldn't afford a payment plan, rather than the customer representative affirmatively saying, okay, we can escalate this to somebody from our PAR team, which is what we understand is the person that it needs to go to be able to be more flexible on those payment plans. The company doesn't, affirmatively offer that as an option. And so those are, and also inconsistent referrals when a customer service agent is talking to somebody that could be eligible for energy assistance, to actually getting those customers onto energy assistance. And those are all things that, as we're talking about the affordability issues that customers are facing and trying to mitigate those as much as possible, being able to actually, get those customers onto affordable payment plans and into energy assistance programs when they are eligible and need it is something that we see as really critical. So that was the first sort of main bucket. We had seen a specific issue we had heard from one customer regarding Xcel's time of use pilot rate, which of course the pilot is no longer.
Ms. Carroll, sorry to interrupt. this docket is the service quality docket, and what you're asking us to do is look at this filing that's like related to a whole bunch of other dockets. So help me, because I'm getting tired at the end of the day.
Apologies.
Why are we doing this in this docket? Why don't we do your new decision option and ask Xcel to submit this information in the dockets that we normally track these issues in?
Chair Sieben, I think that is what the decision option is seeking to do.
It's asking Xcel to submit compliance filings in this docket?
Sorry, no, this would be an expansion on the billing error docket.
Why don't we do that in the billing error docket, is what I'm asking. Why are you bringing all these issues up in the service quality docket now?
And I apologize. I think that is causing some confusion. This had been filed back in September. It was just before that docket had really gotten started, although it had been noticed. But it was because BOMA had initially filed the service quality asking for a broader investigation in this docket. And so we were trying to respond and keep it consolidated with that broader ask, with BOMA's ask. But I apologize if that created more confusion and overlapping dockets.
And I don't know if any staff recommended to me that we take these issues up in the other docket, right, Sally Ann? Because, can you just explain why to everyone? You recommend that we keep those issues that are important for sure in the other docket and not do it this way.
Right. Chair Sieben, for efforts of keeping the dockets organized, I think we should take up all these billing investigation items in that docket. That's why this portion of the September letter from CUB and the other joint commenters was not taken up here. We had intended to put that in the billing complaints.
And Ms. Carroll, your concern with that is that because we brought up the separate investigation into the billing errors, then that was the reason why to ask for it in here?
I apologize. I think, Chair Sieben, we aren't concerned with that at all. That's perfectly fine. It had been brought up here initially, and again, this was back in September, and maybe, in hindsight, better to be brought up in the billing errors, but again, we were just trying to keep it consolidated with BOMA's ask, and so I think that path that has been brought forward is perfectly fine. We just wanted to be present today if there were any questions.
And then do we still need to do what you put up on the screen, though, today for that to happen, though?
If you would like Xcel to sort of, I believe, be, proactively making that filing, that decision option could be helpful. Of course, something separately could be noticed in that docket, I would imagine, but whatever the commission wants to do there.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. My question, and I don't know who can answer that, is are the items in the supplemental filing within the current scope of the investigation? Ms. McShane, is that what you're saying?
Commissioner Partridge, Chair Sieben. I'm not the lead on this docket, but my understanding is that anything related to BOMA or the billing errors is not within the scope of this docket. It's within the scope of the billing CI.
Right. My question is the items that Ms. Carroll brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your understanding, and I realize you're probably not the right person to ask, that those items are currently within the scope of the billing error investigation docket?
Commissioner Partridge, yes, that is my understanding.
And Ms. Carroll, you are concerned that that's not within scope of that investigation?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I think it certainly could be, but I view that the current questions that have been posed to the company and that they're currently doing their filings on, I think is more narrow than some of the issues that we've raised. So it could be considered an expansion.
Okay.
And Xcel, what Ms. Carroll was asking for in that other docket, can you do that? Can you file all of that information into the other docket? I guess we could tell you to do it too, but can you do that anyway or help us out
Chair
here?
Stephen, I think we could do that. I think the billing investigation docket has sort of a set of points coming directly from the order that we addressed every month. And this would be a new section because some of this would fall outside that section. I think we might want time to look into the issues that Cub has brought up. So I'm not sure I want to commit to like adding that to our next monthly report. But if we had a little bit of time to do it, I'm sure we could add a section speaking to the issues Cub addressed in these comments.
I would dispute if someone like our staff gave you a notice to provide this information and say it's outside of the scope of that investigation. So if we gave you a notice that basically asked for the information that Cub has asked for in that separate docket, so your response back is this is within the scope and we will respond to it in X amount of time.
I think that's right. I just quickly looking back over Cub's comments, a lot of those were things that we had been corresponding with Cub over email, so we've already somewhat investigated. So I think I would need to look back at the substance of that, but my instinct is we could add that.
And the language says within 60 days of the order, you'd submit a compliance filing in that other docket, right? Or is that this docket?
That other docket.
That other docket with the issues addressed. Right?
We could, I guess we could do either. I was thinking of adding it to one of our regular monthly filings, but I suppose it could just be a separate filing in that docket. Either way would be
And you need more than 60 days of the order to do that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I think in some ways, and I don't know who's responsible for that other docket, we can put it in a notice information request from them, and we could say how many ever days, or you can have a phone call between Cub and Xcel and say how much time you need, and we can put it in a information request. And I think that's handled better than dropping it in this order. It seems like everybody is nodding their heads. We can make this work. We don't need to solve it today, is what I'm thinking. Is when I just don't make a motion, assume our staff will take care of that behind the scenes.
I mean,
Commissioner Hom?
Thank you, Chair. Stephen, I need a clarification. So your comment, first one is about the payment arrangement issue. Are you trying to send that to the other docket, or you want to deal with it in this docket? I had a similar question to Xcel because our staff informed me about the situation you described. So I had a conversation with Xcel. Clearly, there is a very different understanding of the issue, right?
Yes, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, we're comfortable putting everything in the other docket if that's going to allow for greater record development, which didn't happen here. And again, fair recognizing this came in supplemental comments. So, to the degree that that's what the commission wants to do, I think that is a very reasonable path forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other issues? Otherwise, we need to take a break so that I can pull together with the staff a decision option list.
The one final thing is... Go ahead. Okay. Chair Stephen, the one thing that we haven't yet mentioned is the new decision option 17 is filed by CUB, ECC, and LSAP, and the new decision 18. And that's with regard to the reconnection fees associated with the reconnections during extreme heat events.
What do you think we should do, Commissioner Partridge?
I support the recommendation by the joint commenters that Xcel should not be charging reconnection fees during extreme heat events. And I don't think that was in the spirit of what we decided.
It should be done here.
It should be done. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on, but I feel like it's here and there's sufficient information
And so that's new decision option 17 and 18.
I believe so.
And then what's the other 18 that you just mentioned?
That was it. I think it's all on that page 2. New decision option 17 approves the tariff revisions, and the new 18 changes the tariff revisions to exclude reconnection fees. And so those two on that page could be added if my fellow commissioners support it.
Okay, sounds good. So let's take a recess and then we'll come back when, hopefully in 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, one
Oh,
question
sorry,
before you.
Mr. Connolly.
So, sincere apologies for interrupting and taking a little more of your time. Somewhat of our folks have flagged this for me, and I just want to get a clarification on this. And understanding it, it seems like we're moving towards decision option new 10A. As that pertains to the AQI and
Extreme heat events.
extreme heat events program, do you if we are redisconnecting at the end of one of those events, does the new 10A variance apply? I think I understand how the rule goes, but we wanted to flag that as another piece to this.
Well, what I think that you just said is not what you said. So what I think you were asking is if there's now a variance and you need to roll a truck to notify someone there's going to be a disconnection, right? You don't want to have to do that before any extreme heat or AQI event, because how would you do it in time too, right? That would be the reconnection. You could, no, never mind.
Redisconnection, Chair. So if we are reconnecting people, say, for a weekend or something because there's an AQI event, and we are going to redisconnect them afterwards, if that variance or the denial of the variance requires us to make a field visit on the redisconnection, that'll further increase the cost of the heat AQI program.
Well, and it will make it, won't it delay when you could reconnect them?
Correct.
Probably so, yeah.
No, disconnect.
No.
Redisconnect, sorry.
Redisconnect. I don't know what. We can think about it on recess. See what. Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sieben, if it's helpful, I think the department and CUB are comfortable with AMI redisconnection in that case because the customer's already been notified of the disconnection.
The original disconnection.
Yeah.
I think part of the way to look at this is a temporary reconnection. It's not necessarily a permanent reconnection. Obviously, we want customers to be permanently reconnected, and Xcel is committed to doing additional outreach as part of that process. But it's a little bit different within the scope of that variance.
We probably should vary the rule,
We should probably vary it, though, for
yes, and
differently.
we have no objections to that. I think maybe just some language adjustment to kind of recognize that situation.
Be our attorneys for.
Ms. Hinderly, if you come up with any language on the recess, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, we have 4 minutes. Okay. Okay, the commission will come back from its recess, and Mr. Graham, if you could put the decision options up that staff compiled. I'll walk through what a motion is and then make sure we take time to hear from parties if they see something that needs a correction. So it's number 1 with the corrected year. Decision option 2. Can someone tell me if there are changes? Because I can't see if they are here. So decision option 2, decision option 3 with the red line adopted for small, I guess.
Yep.
Decision option we're not doing 4? No?
4 or 5, so 5 is what?
5 is, 5
5 is everybody does the same thing.
with the language outlined in 5, or there's no difference between that as decision option revised 6, so Xcel revised 6 with this is different language than was in our Xcel revised 6. Why, Ms. McShane? It says in the red line version of the decision option, it said require Xcel to file. Oh, this was the redone language that there's no date in it referencing their February 17th letter, but that's okay. Or what are we doing here?
If I remember correctly, I think we were asking Xcel to discuss this with the departments and then make a filing in 30 days.
Oh, right. So Xcel and the department are going to work out the format in which to file your call center response time data. I thought it was more than just call response time data, though. Where is the department still here? No.
Sydney is not.
Does this, oh, no, that's okay. Can you just state your name and then see, is that what you needed for 6? Or did you want?
This is Mary Beth Gerwald for the department. That is consistent with what I took from the conversation.
But you just need the call response data in the form, okay. It doesn't have as much language as was in the earlier version, but if you're good with it, then that will work. And Xcel, you're okay with that?
Yes, Chair Sieben, and that table was only call center response time data, so I think that does cover what you were.
Okay, great. And then decision option 7 of the, is this, oh no, this is the department revised 7. I don't know what the difference is, if there is one, between what's written and the red line on Department Revised 7, Ms. McShane, or is that just?
Chair Sieben, the difference between original 7 and
No, between Department Revised 7 and Department Revised 7 it's the same as written in the
I think it's just a clean
version.
version.
It's just a clean version, okay?
Oh, okay.
Then,
I'm dyslexic, so I don't prefer that. But I think that's what it is.
Department Revised 8 with the changes, a clean version of it, essentially. And then 9, the executive secretary is going to determine the format. And then, my new 10A, which is there and includes language with Xcel to talk to the Consumer Affairs Office. And then the OAG came up with this new language, 10B, that if anyone wants to comment on, or Xcel, if you think that works too. But thank you, Ms. Hinderly, for this language. Did you want to say something, or can you add something?
Chair Stephen, Commissioners, this is my understanding of what you were looking for, which would allow a variance to the site visit requirement in the case of disconnection following temporary reconnection during times of high heat or high air quality events. I believe all parties agree to it, and all parties were copied on the email to staff with the decision option.
Xcel?
Madam Chair, that is correct. We agree with that language.
Okay. Then 12, 13, 15, which is revised. Does that work, Commissioner Partridge?
Yes, Chair Stephen, I think that works.
16A, then 17, Cub's new decision option 17. New decision option 18 as written there, so that was the stuff from the
That's from Cub, yeah.
from Cub, as they, I think that's all, Cub, look at that, but I think that's all the right copied language from your letter.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe that is correct. It looks like it's directly copied from the letter itself, so thank you.
And BOMA's new decision option 17, which Xcel said earlier they could do, right?
Madam Chair, correct.
And then new Cub decision option 19. Whatever that says.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I gave some language to that you had on just confirming the agreement that Xcel MP and Otter Tail are going to provide some uniform reporting for the service extension request response time. And also explain those metrics in their next SRSQ filing.
No objections to that from anyone? Looks good. Any discussion of my motion? Or does any party have a problem with it? Or see anything? Mr. Martin? No?
Sorry, Chair Stephen, could you ask your question again?
Do you have any concerns with the motion that you want, technical concerns or otherwise you want to raise?
I don't think we do.
Great.
No, thanks, Chair.
Commissioner Partridge.
Okay, I fully support the motion. I have a couple things I wanted to mention before, and I will go quickly because it is nearly dinner time. One is I want to publicly thank Xcel for the actions you all have taken in response to the situation in the Twin Cities related to the ice surge. And we don't get an opportunity to say thank you very often, but I truly do appreciate all of the things that you have done to help support your customers and our community. So thank you. And then I want to just remind you, please do follow up on the complaints that are in this docket. And if you can work with our CAO so they can give us updates to make sure that those customer complaints have been addressed. And that is all I have to say.
Great points. And thank you to our staff for this is a really big docket. and to all the parties who, there's a lot going on in here, so we appreciate it. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you, everyone. There's no other business before the commission. We are adjourned.